All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, September 18th. It is 9:10 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop. Joining us from the Office of Chief Counsel is Andy Sawyer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Ardle and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and webcast components. If you're joining us remotely, you're either viewing us from the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda and instructions on how to get on the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any item today, there is a QR code at the side of the room here. There's also a laptop in order to sign up. Once you're at the mic, please do introduce yourself, any affiliation you have. And then lastly, please do silence any phones so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion in today's board meeting. Today is day 2 of our board meeting, so we will dispense with any public forum. And first item here is item number 3, which is our uncontested item, and look to see if there's anyone who's still uncontested. Thank you, clerk. And looking to our fellow board members if there's anything they'd like to discuss on it, and then otherwise prepared for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move to adopt item 3.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion carries and the item is adopted, and appreciate everyone's good work on it. Next, we go to our first informational item today. I believe our only as well, and it's an update on our current hydrologic conditions and response. Give a moment for folks to come up. Good morning, Ms. Bean. Good to see you. Ms. Berryman, Ms. Magrazi.
Sorry, I feel like I'm sitting very, very high today, so I will have very good posture. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. We're going to do a brief hydrologic update and conditions for you today. Next slide, please. Oh, I took the agenda out. I apologize. Let me pause for a second. So I'm just going to briefly talk to you about our current reservoir conditions. Erin Ragazzi's here to give an update on the Scott Shasta. And then we have Eloise Berryman with me today that we're going to go into some details on the annual reporting. And so as you know, we've been giving you some kind of snippets and an overview, but there have been a lot of deep dive questions. So we felt like it'd be a good time to delve into that today. So to jump into the reservoir conditions, our reservoirs are still looking pretty good right now. Most of them are at or above their historic average. And as you can see, the same is for our select south of Delta reservoirs here. Cachuma, Diamond Valley, and San Luis are all above 100% of average. And that's all I'm going to do this time because we just have a lot happening with the weather, not entirely certain where things are going. So we'll just keep an eye on that going forward and give you some updates in the future on that. Do you want to mention that coming up next month and in future board meetings, we'll be able to bring some folks in to talk to you about more of what happened over the past year, groundwater levels, things of that nature, because that tends to be of interest this time of year as well. So we are working on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know we're planning here to just really note the start of the water year, be able to reflect on last year and be able to invite some partners in to be able to talk about the year coming up and some of the work that's gone on to help better prepare us for the water year as well. So look forward to that. Appreciate that, Ms. Bean.
Great. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Erin to go ahead and talk about the Scott Shasta.
Thanks, Jessica. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of curtailments in these watersheds. In the Shasta River, we've had curtailments in place since much earlier this year. Conditional curtailments are currently in effect to a priority date of January 1st, 1958. This means that the diverters are coordinating with the water master to ensure flows are being met in the Shasta River watershed. Flows increased to 75 CFS from 50 CFS on Monday of this week, and they will increase, the flow requirement increases to 105 CFS in October. In the Scott, we have some late breaking news that's not on this slide. Last night, addendum was issued. So now overlying and adjudicated groundwater rights are lifted. That's been since September 9th. But additionally, we now have, we allowed Farmers Ditch to divert up to 7 CFS because flows have increased above the flow requirement there. So that curtailment addendum is in place for that suspension through the end of September unless it's lifted or otherwise modified by the board. Just a reminder that we do allow for diversions for minimum human health and safety and livestock needs, as well as non-consumptive uses during the curtailment period. And any parties that have local cooperative solutions need to continue to implement those local cooperative solutions, which allowed them to continue diversions during curtailment. Next slide, please. So a really quick overview of what the hydrologies look like over the last water year. I do want to say the flow requirement is in red there. As you know, the flow requirements went into effect when the regulation went into effect on February 1st. We have seen flows in the Shasta generally meet the flow requirement with that active coordination with the water master. As of this morning, flows in the Shasta are at 73, approximately 73 CFS, slightly below the 75 CFS flow requirement. The flows did meet the flow requirement on Monday. So we have seen flows meet the flow requirement and then dip down a little bit. I do want to note we have seen our first Chinook enter the Shasta River. So fish are in the system there. That one fish was detected early in September. So we don't have the latest report. So it's likely that there are other fish in the system at this time, but the video weir hasn't been counted. So we don't know that. So moving on to the next slide, which is the Scott. In the Scott, we have seen improved conditions this year in terms of meeting the flow requirement. As I mentioned, we are currently meeting the flow requirement and we're able to suspend curtailments for Farmers Ditch. Currently flow in the Shasta is, Scott River is at 41 CFS this morning, which is above the flow requirement of 33 CFS. So Farmers Ditch was interested in taking up to 7 CFS. So that will allow them to do that. There are conditions in place to, if we see flows change, for that to be modified.
Vice
Thank
Chair.
you. I just have a question since you've got this chart up now. So I've heard from some of the ag stakeholders about this concern of a buffer that's provided for when the flows get higher. And this chart doesn't really play out the concern, but what I've been told is that there have been many times where they're above the curtailment requirement, the CFS, which is, I think you said 33, right? As high as like 36, 37, but the curtailment remains in effect. And so could you either talk about that issue now or when we go to a workshop on this? And I'm thinking that, you know, maybe there needs to be some additional engagement with stakeholders so that they better understand this issue of, you know, a buffer. You can't operate the system so that it's right at 33.
So to specifically answer that question, if you look on the graph and you look over between, sorry, it's hard for me to see, but between in August and September, we see the flow step down between July and August. And do you see where we're slightly above the flow requirement? So there was a period of time where we were expecting some precipitation to come into the system. And so we lifted the curtailments and said, if the flow requirement gets to 35 CFS, you can begin diverting. And when flows drop down again to 35, you need to cease diversions so that, the large on and the large off had some threshold of buffer. And recognizing that we expected flows to continue to decrease. We don't want to plummet down below the flow requirement as quickly as possible. We want to provide for maintaining the flow requirement as much as possible. So in that instance, there was a buffer. In this instance, we do not have a buffer given where Farmer's Ditch is located in the system and it being only one diverter that's turning on at this time. So, and we have had conversations with the diverters relative to this item, and I've sent some emails out relative to this item specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify just to build on this a little bit, there's no, I understand where you're coming from a management perspective and wanting to maintain the minimum flows, but that's not currently explicit in the regulations at this point. That buffer. The buffer
is not spelled out in the regulation, but the requirement to maintain the minimum in-stream flows is. And so that is why, especially in the Scott, where flows tend to just continue to decrease in the summer, as opposed to the Shasta, where you can actively manage and curtail to get the flows back up. We do look at what the trends are doing and what other things are happening in the system. And we may curtail earlier in the Scott in the summer because, again, we're not trying to get as low as we can go as quickly as possible. We're trying to maintain that minimum flow requirement.
Right. Yeah. I think I understand where you're coming from on that. I just think we'd benefit from, and the stakeholders would benefit from some additional discussion. So I'm glad to hear you're reaching out, and maybe it's something we can talk about a bit more as we go forward here.
Happy to do that. And moving to the next slide, we will have an opportunity to have additional conversations about the Scott and Shasta in more detail. So at the 2nd October board meeting, we are planning to bring an item to the board related to follow-up to a couple of items. We're following up on the information item that late night you had on in August. It's actually August 15th, I believe, when we met in this room and had a very lengthy discussion about the Scott and Shasta rivers, and the board directed staff to look at long-term flows and come back and have a conversation about what might be involved in looking at long-term flows, as well as readopt the emergency regulations, which the board did in December. It's also following up on the denial of the petition for rulemaking that was submitted by some non-governmental organizations in the Shasta River. In our response, we indicated we would come back to the board later this year to have this conversation about longer-term permanent flows in the Scott and Shasta rivers. So staff are going to provide some information and recommendations related to long-term flow efforts in these watersheds. We also plan to invite panels, and we're working on that right now, reaching out to folks to present information and their thoughts relative to this topic. And of course, interested parties will have an opportunity to comment on this item as well. And I think that concludes Scott Shasta, and I'll turn it over to Eloise Berryman unless there are any additional questions.
Many thanks.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I am Eloise Berryman, and I'm here as a subject matter expert on the water rights reporting program. My team, they administer the maintenance of water right records. We also help those people who are reporting to get their reports submitted online. So we're on the phones with people, helping them get their reports submitted. We also help with the water right fee program as well. So today's topic, we are going to take a deep dive into the water right reporting compliance. We'll talk about some of the challenges we face in gaining compliance, our current solutions that we work through on helping those water rights holders to submit their reports. And then we'll briefly touch on some areas where we're going to be exploring some further options for gaining greater reporting compliance. So this slide here, we just want to give a little bit of context about the water use reporting program. So this gives just a brief timeline of when the reporting program started. In 1965, periodic reporting began. So every 1 to 3 years, reporter or water right holders were asked to submit their reports. And by 1978, a Water Commission report came out that stated only 10% of those who were required to report were actually complying. And the reason for this was because there were simply no penalties for not complying with the law. So fast forward a little bit into the early 2010s, and we rolled out the electronic reporting program. So just a note is back in 1965 through the early 2000s, it was all paper reporting. So we were only getting that data through paper documents. And we rolled out the online reporting program, and we also made reporting annual for all users instead of once every 3 years. Later on, we realized that we needed more accurate data. And so the SB 88 measurement regulation was rolled out for diverters greater than 10 acre feet. They needed to use a measuring device to report their monthly diversion amounts. Now we are working on further reporting improvements. We have the Upward project, which will be implemented later on next year for reporters to report through our new system, CalWaters. Next slide, please. So some more context about water use reporting. What is the purpose of these reports? So for water right holders, it's really for them to maintain and prove their water rights. So submitting their reports keeps them in compliance and helps them and also the water board to track usage. We also use these reports to ensure compliance, and the data that we receive allows us to calculate water supply, demand, and availability. This is critical data that's used to make decisions such as processing applications and petitions, ensuring our in-stream flow requirements, and also helps us during times of drought to make management decisions. Finally, another purpose that comes out of this is transparency. We make all of the reporting data available online. Public users can go and they can view individual reports, and they can also download the data set of the water right data that has been submitted. Next slide, please. So as far as timing goes for the water use reports, all of the water right holders are required to submit their reports, and they must be done so electronically on our website, which is the RMS website, Report Management System. And we recently have gone to a water year reporting period. So the reporting period goes from October 1st through September 30th. So for example, we're about to end our current water year 23-24 on at the end of this month, which means the reports can be submitted beginning October 1st of this year, and water right holders will have until February 1st to file a timely water use report for this period. Next slide, please. So now we're going to look at some of the data that we have in relation to the water use reports. So I just want to make a note that for this analysis, I've specifically excluded the federally owned water rights and the groundwater recordation, since those are of a different category, and federal water rights especially have a different set of issues that we would talk about separately. So today we're going to just be looking at our statements, appropriatives, stock ponds, and registrations. And of this population, there are 33,000 required annual reports. And this graph here shows a delineation between those water rights that are considered smaller, which is less than 10 acre feet. And those are the ones that are in dark blue on the bottom. And then the ones in light blue are on the top, and those are greater than 10 acre feet. And those are generally the ones that are subject to the SB 88 measurement requirements. And as you can see here, there is a larger number of smaller diversions statewide than the larger diversions. It's about 60%. Next slide, please. So this graph here is essentially the same graph, but I have highlighted the fee payers versus the non-fee payers of this group. So as you can see in green, the annual fee payers are the appropriative water rates and the registrations. And those that do not pay fees are statements, which is primarily riparian and pre-14 rights, and also the stock pond certificates. And the chart shows that we do have a larger portion of non-fee paying water rights than we do for the annual fees. There's about 12,000 fee payers for annual fees. Next slide, please. So on this graph, this may be a little bit familiar to the board. We have been sharing a similar chart to this at past updates. And so I wanted to show just a little bit more detail here on our reporting progress. And this is our current reporting progress for the 22-23 water year. And so what you can see here is in the dark blue are those reports that were submitted on time, so by the deadline. And then in the light blue, those are the reports that were filed past the deadline, but they were still filed nonetheless. And then in orange, you can see that there are the reports that are still past due. And as you can see from this chart at the top, those reports that are less than 10 acre feet, there are still far more of those that are still outstanding than in the other sizes of water rights. Next slide, please. So this is that same data. It's just just looking at it in another way. I wanted to show how we have different compliance levels based on the size of the water right type, or I'm sorry, the size of the water rights themselves. And so for the smaller folks, it was about 50% of them filed on time, whereas the larger, it was about 67. So not great in either category, but you'll see that for those that were submitting late, we have a greater number of large water right holders that were diligent and still trying to get their reports in, even if it was late. And so if you look at that past due column, overall, we have fewer water rights in the greater than 10 acre feet that are still outstanding than there are for the smaller water rights. And then that last orange column there just combines both the late and past due, because those are technically the folks that are out of compliance in one way or the other, whether it was just late or it was they hadn't filed at all. Next slide, please. So this is just one more kind of drill down into those late reports. So this graph represents how late those water right holders were in submitting their reports. And you'll see there at the top that there was a large portion that were only 1 to 30 days late. And so we'll get into some of the reasons why we think that there were a lot of them that were late, but not too late. And then you'll see that they sort of trickle in a little bit from 31 to 60 and then 61 to 90. But then at the bottom, you'll see that there are still a lot that were either over 91 days late or they have not submitted their reports at all. And the two bars just show the less than 10 acre feet in the dark orange and more than 10 acre feet in the light orange. Next slide, please.
Sorry,
Board
can I
Member
ask?
Firestone.
Sure.
Thanks. All of these charts are all of the types of reports that you showed?
Yes, so it's all of the types that I showed. So appropriative, statements, stock ponds, and registrations, yes. Okay, and then this final slide just gives you a snapshot of where we are right now, comparing the smaller, less than or equal to 10 acre feet or greater than 10 acre feet. And so you'll see here that we have much better compliance with the greater than 10 acre feet water right holders. Next slide, please. So now I want to get into some of the compliance challenges. We'll look at the greater than 10 acre feet and then the less than 10 acre feet. So first of all, with the larger diversions, we tend to think that those are more complex diversions. It might require more time for the water right holders to compile data, enter their reporting information. So that could be why we see a lot of them submitting late. They are diligently trying to submit their reports. They just need a little extra time. We also have some enforcement action limitations. So the process to actually enforce on a late filing requires a number of steps. And so it almost creates an unintentional and artificial grace period for people to submit their reports to us. Since if they don't get a notice that something's late, they're just going to try to hurry up and get it submitted before they hear from us. And then finally, we do think that there's some data cleanup needed, especially in the statements. We believe that there are many abandoned diversions or duplicates, even things that are already covered by permits or registrations, or people that have submitted more than one statement for the same diversion. And then we also suspect that those reporters who maybe initially reported larger than 10 acre feet may not actually be reporting that great of a number. So while we have 1,700 reports past due in this category, it might be actually less than that once we do some data cleanup and also get people into the right category. Next slide.
Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Let's go back to that last
Yeah,
slide.
sure.
So with respect to just kind of honing in, so there's that 12%. And I know we're looking at, late additional fees for being late and that kind of thing. But if you look at years past and sort of tease out that artificial additional grace period because of what would be involved for enforcement, can you tease out the percentage that just don't pay?
We could do a comparison to those that don't pay and also don't report. We certainly could do an analysis on that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And then also getting information from enforcement on the percentage, looking at the number that don't pay, historically don't pay, especially if we're seeing the same people over and over again. I think we want to see enforcement proceedings. And so better understanding what's the number and what of that number that just don't pay, what percentage end up with actual enforcement actions.
Right. And, I did look at this a little bit, and it's interesting because we do actually have a lot of people who don't report that do pay. And that is just by virtue of the fact that we have California Department of Tax and Fee Administration who does our collections for us. And so we do actually have a really high fee collection rate because of that. So even if they aren't submitting their reports, they are actually paying their water rate fees.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
but I think, daylighting what
Right.
what those numbers actually are.
Absolutely.
Because I think, we get these reports coming in where we look at the whole mix and it looks really, really bad on compliance. But then this is helpful because it allows us to maybe be more targeted. And so that's good news if they are paying, but just running it to ground to find out. And even if it's down to 2% or 5%, then we should be enforcing.
I also just wanted to jump in and note that there's a lot of challenges with analysis on this data and information. It's out there, but that's actually one of the things the components of Upward that we're working towards is once we get that system up and running, it'll be much easier for us to do these types of analysis. Right now, it's taking a lot of, staff time combining and doing things, pulling information. And so ideally, once we have that program up and running, we'll be able to do these kind of things much more regularly and watch for those trends and do that application. So, agree that we need to do that, but it has been a little challenging for us to to put resources, and that's part of what we're talking about here, is it takes a lot of time to analyze the late and non-reporting and prioritize that while still trying to just go through the process of getting, the regular workload of the folks to get the reporting. So just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. And, to my mind, as on the water rights reporting side, that system should make it easier as well. So, wondering at what point as well, the portal and the system itself that folks are reporting into are part of the complexity and challenge that people have. Maybe it's not as easy or intuitive for folks to be reporting to us. So very glad that we have the resources for that and that it's moving along well, because it'll be interesting to see what that does to these numbers as well.
Great. Thank you. Next slide. So now we'll review some of the compliance challenges with our 10 acre feet or less. So again, record cleanup is certainly needed. We have a lot of items that have ownership or address issues. We know this because we send out an annual reminder to everyone about the reporting. We also give them their password at that time, and we get a lot of returned mail as a result of that. And that requires a lot of research in order to find who is the correct water right owner. We also have a lot of presumed abandoned diversions, especially in the stock pond certificate program. We receive, I think, only about half of those reports every year, which really indicates there's a data quality issue there that needs to be addressed. Another challenge that we have with compliance for the less than 10 acre feet or less is just providing education and assistance to those folks. We get a lot of phone calls and we spend a lot of time explaining the purpose of the reports and why it's important that they report. We also get a lot of questions about how to measure for monthly diversion reporting. A lot of these small diversions are in rural areas where people don't have good internet access. They're just not as familiar with how to measure their diversion. One example is ponds in particular. People don't realize that a pond is a diversion, and so they're not even thinking about how to measure that throughout the year. And so those sorts of things are very complex and complicated for people. And there are those that call us and try to get answers and try to do their best to report. And then there are others that just sort of throw their hands up and just don't do it because it's too complicated for them. We also filled a lot of calls about using the online reporting system, and it's password issues. It's how do I log in? How do I get to the website? Things like that. And so we filled a lot of calls that are related to that. Did you have a comment on that too, Jessica?
I was going to ask Ms. Berryman, are we working with any outside organizations to help get the information out, help provide support to reporters? I'm just wondering, if there's organizations that we've been working with or helping better coordinate.
Yeah, I'll actually touch on that in just a moment. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. And then finally, we have continue to have enforcement action limitations. So our smaller diverters are typically not penalized for not filing, mainly because we focus our resources on the enforcement actions of larger diversions, particularly up over 500 acre feet annually is what we focus on. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here is where I'd like to talk about our reporting compliance related activities. And I've laid this out through an impact effort matrix. And for those of you who are not familiar with an impact effort matrix, it basically just categorizes our activities in ways that show how much effort or time are we spending on certain activities and how much impact are they having on the overall success of the program. And so right in the center here, you'll see this is this is our bread and butter. This is what we do on a regular basis to get a baseline of compliance, and that's sending annual reminder notices to all of the water right holders so they know what the requirements are. We're on the phones and helping through email to answer any questions about the reporting program and get people to file. And then we're also conducting our typical enforcement activities, which is issuing the ACL complaints, statutory revocations, things like that, just to make sure that people are in compliance. So we'll go around the matrix now, and I'll talk about the different quadrants. So the first one that I'd like to go through is the low effort, low impact quadrant. And Joaquin, this will get to your question. We do some partner messaging. We have worked with CDFA and also the Farm Bureau, and we've asked them to talk with their constituents, get the word out about reporting deadlines, how to report, put things in their newsletters. And although this is a very low effort thing for us to do, we also have found that it hasn't had a really high impact on the increase in reporting compliance, because they do have such a limited audience that they work with. Another item in this quadrant is email reminders. We do have an email subscription list that we send reminders out to everyone on that list. There are limitations to that, however, because people have to sign up for that list. And right now we have about 11,000 emails on that list, which I would say is probably less than half of all the emails we should have. And so while we do send these out and we do this partner messaging, we'll continue to do this. This is more of just a fill-in to get some of that low-hanging fruit for us in terms of reporting compliance. So now let's move to the bottom right-hand quadrant, which is high effort and low impact. I touched on this a little bit, but we have a lot of return mail that comes in from our reporting reminder notifications. This requires a lot of staff time, a lot of time to research. The water right holders are responsible for notifying us when things change, and a lot of times that just doesn't happen. And so we do try to get to these activities when we can, but ultimately it is a high use of our resources with a very low impact to actually making progress. Now, we are hoping that in the future, with greater data validation tools, with the upward system, we will get better data about our ownership. And so the goal is over time to reduce these types of activities so that we won't be in this time sink of working through researching who owns which water rights.
Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, just that I can understand where you're coming from on that, but I'm wondering if you prioritize that research. So for example, larger diversions, if they come back, return mail, or they're otherwise non-responsive, do you prioritize investigating those over the smaller diversions?
Yeah, so the way we prioritize is actually those who pay fees versus those who do not pay fees. So if they're a fee payer, we're going to prioritize finding their water right ownership first. But yeah, I think looking at larger diversions would be a good way to look at it too.
Yeah, and we also have a number of water right holders that don't pay fees because they're not required to pay fees.
Yes,
right.
Correct.
So so there's that group as well. So
Yes.
yeah, I appreciate you looking into that.
And I also think it's worth noting that this is part of the reason why we gave you so many different slices and dices to show you that the bigger diverters are not necessarily as much of the problem on this particular issue. What we're finding with a lot of this returned mail processing and the ownership and address changes, it really is that less than 10 acre feet group that seems to be falling mostly into that. Not saying that that's not an issue, and it's something that we do have folks looking into, but the bulk of that work is coming from that really, really small group. And then noting that the majority of those folks also don't pay fees in that small group with the returns. So in general, a lot of that work does get deprioritized because they're so much smaller, but it's a huge, problem in terms of the number of water rights and keeping an accurate and up-to-date system.
Okay. So let's move on to the top right quadrant, which is our high impact and high effort workloads. Right now, we have 3 that I want to highlight today. Obviously, there's the Upward project, and I think in terms of reporting, it's going to give us a few things. We'll have some streamlined reporting. Hopefully, the system will be a lot easier for users to access and use. We'll also have some targeted messaging capabilities, which we don't have right now. So for people who are late, we can send out targeted emails to them instead of an email blast out to everyone. And so we're hoping that that helps with compliance as well. And then we'll also have a number of data validation and analysis tools that will help us to improve the overall data. Since we do have so many data challenges, I think with the new system, we will have more access to our data and ways to look at it and improve our reporting compliance. The next is the Delta ACP project, and I'm not going to go in too much detail here with this since the Delta Water Master, Jay Ziegler, will be presenting later this year on this particular project. But some of the takeaways to the Delta ACP is that it was a collaborative effort with the board and with the diverters in the legal delta to come up with an alternative compliance plan to help solve some of their unique hydrological issues. And it was a huge effort. They've worked on this for about 6 years. And what we are seeing is that it has been highly effective at getting really good reporting compliance. And again, it's a very high effort, but with a high reward.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think they're at about 96% compliance for that group, to give you context. And then finally, we feel that targeted enforcement and education is also one of those highly effective, but also a high resource demand way to gain compliance. So in the recent past, we've gone out to Clear Lake and also to Merced to do some targeted enforcement action, holding workshops, doing some targeted ACLs out there. And I think engaging with the community has been the most effective way of getting people into compliance. And so while we know this is resource intensive, we feel that if there are situations of watersheds that have emergencies or if there's droughts, that going out into these areas and getting face-to-face with people is a really effective way of getting reporting compliance. So finally, the last one, and it's the green on the top left, and you'll see that this says proposed, which means we actually don't have anything in the high impact, low effort category. And so later today, you guys will be hearing a proposal about automatic late reporting fees. These fees would just be assessed automatically for those people that were late on their reports, either 30, 60, 90 or more days late. And so I won't go too far into that, but just know that we're aware that we need something that's a lot easier than what we're doing now to be really effective and to gain some better reporting compliance. Next slide. So looking into the future, some potential efforts that we're looking at to further improve compliance. Again, record cleanup is going to be key. As I mentioned before, there are about half of the stock pond certificates that just don't ever submit reports. A number of statements that don't submit reports, they're duplicates. And so we really need to get into that data and clean it up so that we can see the real numbers for reporting compliance. We also are considering looking at other ways to simplify reporting for our smallest diverters. We want to make it less confusing. We want to provide more educational resources for them. Even having a conversation one-on-one with the small diverters and getting them to understand the purpose and how important it is to maintain their water right. On an individual basis, it does make a difference. And so if we can scale that up in different ways to help those folks, I think it will go a long way. We also think it would be good to look at additional fee structures and late fees. We do have about 60%
of these water rights we talked about do not pay fees. However, we don't have authority for that. And so, we're not exploring that today, but we do think it would be beneficial. And lastly, additional targeted outreach. If we have some additional funds that come in for compliance work, we could do some of this targeted outreach in different areas and look at different geographical areas. I know there are some areas that are better than reporting than others. And I think that wraps up our presentation for this morning. So thank you again for the opportunity to share with you all today.
Really appreciate the deep dive here, Ms. Berryman. As we've said here at the dais a number of times, these data are so fundamental to administering water rights within the state, understanding our demand management. So when times of drought, we can accurately capture and be able to most with a refined hand administer water rights. And so just appreciate the highlight here. I know, again, this data is really critical. It's really good to be able to parse out some of the challenges that are being faced there. And, I'd flag that, to my mind, and I don't know if we do much of this at this point, but the Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS has a lot of touch points with growers, and a number of them may be diverters. And just thinking here, again, what additional partners we can bring in so as to be able to help continue to have that touch point and support water right diverters with information, technical assistance, whatever it may be. I know, we have some capacity here, and I appreciate, us using that. And I think there are perhaps additional opportunities with folks like NRCS and others that have more of that one-on-one relationship with some of the ag diverters to, help support them across all this. What I hope would be interesting to see as well as we continue to have, I know what will be a thorough discussion around how we improve compliance and improve these data are just the trends that we're seeing across the years, and hoping that what we can track is just a continual momentum at really getting to a place where other Western states are on their compliance for water right holders. And just thanks, really, really do appreciate the great work I know that folks keep doing and here being able to present to us all this information.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This was really interesting. Thank you for the thorough report. Other than the issue that I already highlighted about enforcement, I'd like to hear more about that at any future updates. But as to the issue of those that are not required to pay fees, can we go back? It's toward the beginning of the PowerPoint,
Sure.
The pie chart. I'd like to better understand within that category, which water right holders actually, pre-1914 water right holders actually are paying fees through the Bureau of Reclamation or others. For those, in particular, I'm talking about the exchange contractors and the settlement contractors. I've asked this question several times, and I know there's been some discussion at the legislature about requiring these individuals or these water right holders to pay fees. And it would just be helpful for us to know what the universe is. How many holders are actually not paying fees, and how many are paying them through some other process?
Okay, so you're looking for those that overlap with their pre-1914 and Bureau contracts?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, we can certainly look into
I've
that.
asked on the item that we just approved today under consent for the contract with the Bureau. I actually had a briefing on it just for the purpose of asking this question. And I know Dave, I think I saw Dave Rose earlier, but this is something that I think he was going to try to run to ground. So maybe I'd suggest coordinating with OCC because I made a similar request.
Appreciated, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I have a question on this same slide. So currently, so this is just reporting use fees. And so there's, so all of our staff time and work to collect and analyze the reports is at this point totally paid just through fees on appropriative and registrations, and there's no fees on reporters for statements or stock ponds.
Right. So to clarify, the fees that I'm talking about are the annual water rate fees. And so that covers all of the activities that go on. So it's not a separate reporting fee that they receive. This is just those fee payers that also have to report. So appropriative and registrations, we have authority to charge fees, but we do not have authority for statements and stock pond certificates.
And just to be clear, part of our budget is general fund.
Yes.
So the work we do regulating people who do not pay annual water right fees is covered by general fund, and that would include the work we do reviewing statements of diversion and use by riparians and pre-14s.
Okay, and so that goes to the vice chair's comments around, I know there's been a lot of discussion around this of just there's a gap in terms of those that are benefiting from our administration of the water rights system, but aren't paying into the fee structure directly to support that right now. So I'm not as familiar with stock ponds, but are there other water quality permits that are required for those that would overlap with those that have to report?
I would think ordinarily not, because they built the stock ponds decades ago, so any dredge and fill would have actually preceded the Clean Water Act.
Okay.
And water quality based permits are for discharges, and so that these are filling and not discharging.
And it'd either be, and any alterations would have happened a long time ago. So this is okay.
Except if they have to do a repair that involves a discharge of dredged material or other material to rebuild a dam or something.
Okay. And if it was there, I remember there were concerns around stock ponds that maybe they aren't stock ponds, but diversions into ponds that may never have gotten a permit at all. And that wouldn't be included here, obviously, because we don't have a record of that. And so that's a separate issue of kind of illegal creation of ponds and diversions that haven't registered with us or asked for a permit at all.
The requirement, we refer to the statements of diversion and use as riparians and pre-14s. But strictly speaking, it's anybody diverting water that doesn't have a permit or license. So, many of the people with illegal diversions think they're legal and think they have riparian or pre-14 rights, so they'd be reporting. And even if they know it's an illegal diversion, they're required to file a statement of diversion and use.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, board member. Looking to see if there's any other question or discussion from the dais. And then seeing none, appreciate it. Thanks for, again, the presentation and the update. Much appreciated. All right, that concludes item number 4 and brings us to item number 5, which is from the Division of Water Rights regarding proposed order setting aside water quality certification. I'll give a moment for folks to swap in. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Item 5 is a proposed order setting aside the water quality certification for Yuba River Development Project licensing. Next slide, please. First, I'll provide some background on Clean Water Act Section 401 water quality certification, also referred to as certifications, the United States Environmental Protection Agency's interpretation of Section 401, and reconsideration on the board's own motion. Then I'll summarize the proposed order, the notice issued by the board, and written comments received on the proposed order, and conclude with a minor update to the proposed order. Next slide, please. This slide highlights some key features of water quality certifications. Section 401 of the Federal Clean Water Act requires an applicant for a federal license or permit that may result in a discharge into waters of the United States to provide the federal licensing or permitting agency with a certification that the project will comply with water quality requirements. As relevant here, hydropower project licenses issued by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, are federal licenses that generally require a certification, as hydropower projects usually involve discharges or potential discharges to waters of the United States. Section 401 provides that certification conditions become conditions of the federal license or permit. The Clean Water Act recognizes that states play the primary role in restoring and maintaining water quality, and Section 401 demonstrates this by granting states certification authority. The California legislature has authorized the State Water Board to take certification actions, and the board has delegated this authority to its executive director. Next slide, please. In September 2023, the United States Environmental Protection Agency published a new water quality certification regulations implementing Section 401 along with a preamble. In the preamble, US EPA disagreed with commenters who recommended that US EPA interpret Section 401 as allowing certifications to be issued without a currently pending request for certification. This was the first statement US EPA had made on this particular issue, and the proposed order being considered today is in response to this US EPA interpretation. Next slide, please. The board's water quality certification regulations, in particular, Section 3867, Subdivision B, provide the board with authority to reconsider certifications on its own motion. Prior to doing so, the board must provide notice and an opportunity to submit information and comments. On July 15th, 2024, the board provided notice to the federal agency, here that would be FERC, the applicant, here Yuba County Water Agency, or YCWA, and interested persons. The board's water quality certification regulations also discuss potential actions on reconsideration, including setting aside a certification and taking appropriate action. Next slide, please. The next few slides summarize the proposed order and its effects. The proposed order follows State Water Board Order WQ 2024-0046, which was adopted by the board on May 7th, 2024. That order deferred to US EPA's new interpretation and set aside 3 certifications issued without a currently pending request for certification, where the board had previously received a request for certification, which had either been denied or withdrawn, and the project proponent was still actively pursuing a hydropower license from FERC. In light of US EPA's new interpretation, the proposed order sets aside 1 certification issued without a pending request for certification, namely the water quality certification for YCWA's Yuba River Development Project, which was issued on July 17th, 2020, and amended on December 15th, 2020. Next slide, please. The proposed order also dismisses 3 pending petitions for reconsideration of the Yuba River Development Project, or YRDP certification. It does this to avoid the unnecessary expenditure of resources. The proposed order is limited to a single issue, whether Section 401 allows the board to issue a certification without a currently pending request for certification. That is, the proposed order does not take a position on any other issues raised in the petitions for reconsideration or in litigation. You may ask why the order adopted by the board in May did not affect the Yuba River Development Project certification. That's because at that time, the Yuba River Development Project certification and further proceedings on it were stayed by the board's appeal in state court litigation. As the proposed order notes, on June 17th, 2024, the Court of Appeal granted a joint request from YCWA and the State Water Board to lift this stay. The stay was lifted for the sole purpose of allowing the board to consider adopting an order setting aside the YRDP certification and dismissing the petitions for reconsideration of that certification. The board's state court appeal remains pending, but has been paused since September 2023. I'll also note that the lifting of the stay on June 17th made proceedings on reconsideration of the YRDP certification once again pending before the board. Therefore, the prohibition on ex parte communications regarding reconsideration of this certification went back into effect. If the board adopts the proposed order, reconsideration would no longer be pending before the board, and the ex parte prohibition would no longer be in effect. Next slide, please. On July 15th, the board issued a notice of opportunity for public comments and board consideration of proposed order. The draft proposed order was posted online and written comments were due on August 9th. 2 comment letters were received. Yuba County Water Agency fully supports the board's adoption of the proposed order setting aside the YRDP certification. YCWA also said it looks forward to working with the board in the certification process in the future. A comment letter from several conservation organizations who've been involved in YRDP licensing supports adoption of the proposed order, as they believe it would resolve delay and uncertainty around certification and relicensing of the YRDP. The conservation organizations support the board's expedited issuance of a certification in the future after receiving a request for certification from YCWA. The conservation organizations request that the board promptly communicate any decision on the proposed order to FERC, and also request that FERC direct YCWA to submit a certification request within 30 days. Next slide, please. There's one minor update that has been made to the proposed order. This update was reflected in the draft order linked to today's board meeting agenda and was posted on September 6th, 2024. This update notes that on August 30th, 2024, YCWA requested that FERC extend its deadline from September 1st until December 30th to file one of 3 items. 1, a copy of a request for certification. 2, a copy of a valid water quality certification. Or 3, evidence of waiver of the board's certification authority. This concludes the presentation. Staff recommend the board adopt the proposed order and are happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation and the work on this. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any comment or question here off the bat. We have a few commenters that we can go to otherwise. Let's do so. Our first commenter will be Gary Bobker, be followed by Willie Whittlesey, and then our last commenter on the item here will be Aaron Zettler-Mann. Good morning, Mr. Bobker.
Nice to see you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, I'm Gary Bobker. I'm the Senior Policy Director at Friends of the River, which I think may be the first time you've heard me say that. And I'm just speaking here briefly in support of the proposed order to set aside the 401, the water quality certification for the Yuba River project. We think it's the right move at this time, given the delays in implementation of new license conditions and resolution of a number of uncertainties about the schedule for moving forward. So we support the staff recommendation that you adopt the order, and as we stated in our written comments, ask that you facilitate moving the process forward by communicating that expeditiously to FERC and having Yuba River, the Yuba County Water Agency folks request the certification and get the process starting so that we can actually move aggressively toward improving water quality conditions on the Yuba. So thank you for the opportunity to make comments.
Thank you for those comments, and good to see you, Mr. Bobker. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Willie Whittlesey, be followed then by Aaron Zettler-Mann.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. Thanks for allowing me to be here today. I'm here to comment on this order, and I want to let you know we absolutely support you setting aside this order. This is the first chance I've had to talk to you about this in many months. So I'm just going to give you an update on what we plan to do in the next several months and where we've been. As detailed in our comment letter, Yuba Water anticipates releasing a draft CEQA document for the Yuba River Development Project relicensing, and this document will be available to support the state board's issuance of a water quality certification under the Clean Water Act and US EPA regs. This board staff, and interested parties are familiar with the long and winding road that leads us to this hearing today. And given today's action, we look forward to coordinating with the state board on issues related to water quality certification, not only for the Yuba River Development Project, but also for a proposed fish passage project we have at DeGear Point Dam in partnership with CDFW and NIMS. And also priority flood safety projects like the Atmospheric River Control Spillway at New Bullards Bar Dam. And on that note, we appreciate state board staff recently meeting with us regarding environmental review of the project we have at DeGear Dam. And again, Yuba Water Agency supports adoption of the proposed order, and I look forward to working with you all on these very important projects. I do also have to say, that's the Yuba Water Agency's official position. I'm going to give you a personal position on this as well, if you don't mind. I became general manager of Yuba Water Agency on July 1st of 2020. This water quality certification was issued on July 17th of 2020. I feel like it was a welcome aboard gift, and I'm happy to give it back. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whittlesey. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Zettler-Mann.
Hello, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Zettler-Mann. I'm the Executive Director of CIRCLE, the South Yuba River Citizens League, also the Yuba River Waterkeeper, and one of the conservation organizations. We've had a long-standing interest in this topic and the proposed order for more than 10 years. We've been involved in technical workshops, have written letters, and been deeply involved in the process. We also support the proposed order setting aside water quality certification for the Yuba County Water Agency's Yuba River Development Project. There have been lots of delays and uncertainty, and we are hopeful that the proposed order will help establish a timeline to certification with some clarity, including as related to CEQA. I would also like to end with a question for the board. We would appreciate some clarity and specifics as to the record and whether previously submitted materials, letters, comment letters, workshop data, modeling, those kinds of things will be included in the new order, or if the record will start again. So when you issue your order, having some clarity there would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. And looking to Ms. Ragazzi and Ms. Postal on Mr. Zettlerman's question.
So with respect to the record, we would expect to start a new record, but not in the absence of everything that's happened in the past. So some items will still be relevant. Some items, such as the petitions for reconsideration and other items, will not be relevant. So if folks think something is very relevant, they should provide it to the board for consideration as part of this process, which will be noticed separately once we receive an application for water quality certification.
Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate that response. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments here. I'm thinking we're definitely hearing here from our commenters unanimous support for the board's action here. I'm supportive, certainly. I feel turns the page and lets us get moving forward here on what is critical work that's being done, and lets us kind of catch ourselves up, if you will. And so for those reasons, I'm supportive, but looking to colleagues if they have thoughts and questions otherwise. And if not, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move item 5.
Second.
Thank you, Buff. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the order is adopted. Thank you. Appreciate everyone's work on it. And again, looking forward to turning the page and continuing to work well together here in this space. So thank you, everyone. All right. That brings us now to item number 6, which is now moving into a tranche of our yearly fee adoptions. And we'll begin here first from Division of Administrative Services with emergency regulations for fees on water rights. Give folks a moment to line up here.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. We have a whole lot of people here with us today. I'm going to do a couple brief introductory remarks that cover all of the fee items, and just to get those out of the way. And then I'll let David and Cassandra get into the heavy lifting of the fees, which they have been doing in the 3 or 4 months that I've been out on my interagency ramble. So,
and thank you for that.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. The first thing that I wanted to talk about was we've talked about this for the last couple of years is our friendly neighborhood accounting system Fiscal, and where we are in terms of transacting within it. And it's good news this year. We are finally caught up as of April. We are finally caught up in transacting in real time within the system. This is the first time since 2018, when we first went into the system, that we were able to turn in all of our financial statements to the controller's office on time. So there's really nothing bad that'll come out of any of this. It's all good from here on out. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge all the hard work and that our accounting teams, our various teams, in fact, have been doing, primarily the accounting team, but also the purchasing teams in both the Division of Administrative Services and in the Division of Financial Assistance. They both had heavy lifts in terms of implementing Fiscal as well.
I just want to add my thanks and congratulations as well. I mean, these teams worked hard through COVID. We're coming in every day still yet and managing a lot. I mean, the transition to Fiscal, given the complexity of the board's programs, the number of funds we have, we're probably the single most complex entity that made that transition into it. And it's been hard. And the work, though, is highly acknowledged, and really just thank folks for sticking through and with it. And it is a significant moment that we're at, and helps us here better communicate their fee payers and others as to the status of our balances and funds, and just acknowledge your leadership in that as well, Mr. Russell.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah, this has been technically as complicated a project as I've ever worked on at the Water Board, and that includes Superfund cleanups and everything. It's really been a project. The second thing that I wanted to highlight really quickly was the budget itself that was adopted in June. The budget had its normal budgetary stuff, but there were also two control sections in the budget that were not reflected and will not be reflected in the fees that we're going to be proposing today. And I'll explain a little bit about that. The two control sections were a vacancy reduction drill with a stated goal of approximately 10,000 positions statewide to be eliminated. The governor has said that's his goal. And the second part of it was an operating budget reduction of approximately 8% for all departments and agencies. So the question will likely come up, or it may come up during the comments, is why aren't these reductions reflected in the fees that we're going to be discussing today? And the simple answer is it's just a timing issue. We're right in the middle of the discussions on how to implement these fee reduction, or these reductions with the Department of Finance. And it's a very complicated and nuanced discussion that we're having with them. And we're just not at the point yet where we have the information available to reflect, for them to be able to be reflected in the fees that we're proposing. They will be reflected at a later date, probably in next year's fees. We don't have a time resolution for our discussions with finance yet, but I think the plan is to have them all resolved before the next governor's budget is released in January. So again, just the simple answer is we are in the middle of those discussions. They will be implemented eventually. They will be a fairly significant hit to the Water Board, but we're not ignoring the reductions. We're taking it seriously. We're one of the few departments that have really been doing this statewide to the extent that we're supposed to be doing it. So again, they will be reflected. They just aren't reflected in the fees right now. And with that, I will turn it over to David and his team, David and Cassandra, and to get into the actual fee discussions.
Good morning. Thank you, John. Board Estival, my name is David Ceccarelli, and fellow board members, my name is David Ceccarelli. I'm the chief of the Fee and Revenue Branch within Division of Administrative Services. Today, for your consideration, we're going to present an item for the water rights fees. Next slide, please. Joining me today is Cassandra White from the Fee and Revenue Branch. Also assisting today is Amanda Montgomery from the Division of Water Rights, and David Rose from the Office of Chief Counsel. Next slide, please. Staff's presentation today, we'll talk about our stakeholder outreach, the Water Rights Fund, budget cost drivers, our proposed fee changes, comments we received, and then finally questions. Next slide, please. We had, as normal, we had 3 kind of robust stakeholder meetings. These meetings follow the iterations of each of the governor's release of the budget. So when the proposed budget was released in January, we met on March 7th. Then following the May revise, June 3rd, and then with the enacted budget, we finally met on August 1st. And through these meetings, we discussed, of course, the budget, budgetary expenditures, cost drivers, revenue, and of course, potential fee adjustments. And what we definitely look for is feedback as we go through these stakeholder processes, and we use that feedback to help build and evolve our staff's proposals. Next slide, please. So what we're about to present now is the water rights budget cost drivers. This basically shows our fee setting budget from 23-24 to our governor's enacted budget from 24-25. And I'm going to hand this off to Cassandra White, and I will let her explain this slide here.
Good morning. Excuse me. So first, like we said, the first table starts with last year's fee setting budget of $34.9 million. And for fiscal year 24-25 fee setting budget went down slightly at increased at $38.8 million for a net difference of $3.9 million or 11.2%. And the second table, I'll kind of walk you through what's driving the cost increase this year. The first option was state operations. It was $840,000 or 2.4%. The second one was pro rata. It went down $2,000 and a less than measurable percent change. And the second one was the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. It increased $7,000 and again, a less than measurable percent change. And the last item was BCPs, and there were 4 this year. So the first one is the establishment and implementation of in-stream flow objectives in the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. The total BCP was $711,000 or 2%. The second one was the Information Security and Privacy Office Staffing BCP. This BCP is charged to all of the water board's funds, and the water rights portion is $39,000 and 0.1%. The third one is the new groundwater recharge permitting unit BCP, which is $1.2 million, 3.5%. And the last one was the Administrative Hearings Office of Special Projects. The cost is $1.1 million or 3.2%. And so again, the overall increase was $3.9 million or 11.2%. And out of that, I want to note that 8.8% of the total percent change increase is due to BCPs. And I will hand it back to David.
Thank you, Cassandra. And just again, highlight what Cassandra just said. Yes, $3.9 million in new cost. And of those, and Cassandra mentioned 8.8%, that's $3 million in new BCPs. Therefore, as we get into this fee proposals, the proposals basically needed to generate that additional revenue to cover this cost. Next slide, please. So part of our proposal today, and to, of course, generate this revenue to cover our budgetary expenditures, is a proposed fee change on our permits, license, and pending applications. So we're proposing to increase the per acre foot charge by 10% from 0.109 to 0.120 per each acre foot greater than 10 acre feet of water diverted. And then also increase the base fee by, it's 16.6% from $300 to $350. So a $50 change. what I'll say, let's just, can we move to the next slide, please? I'll just add the comments here. I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry. Can we go back? I'm sorry. So the $50 charge on the base fee has not been adjusted since 2019, fiscal year 2019-20. And therefore, the last 5 years, for those that are diverting less than 10 acre feet of water, they have not seen a fee increase. So these are the smaller, large fee payers. Back when we did adjust in 2019, 2020, had been 5 years prior to that, and the increase was $50. It went from $250 to $500, excuse me, $250 to $300. So we think it's time to do an adjustment and to raise the base fee, so everyone's paying towards these additional costs. Next slide, please. And then we also have our fee cap adjustment, increase the caps on fees for change petitions involving a transfer of water pursuant to Water Code sections 382, 1435, 1701, 1725, or 1735 fees by 3.94% based on the California Consumer Price Index, increasing from 648,914 to 674,481. And our Consumer Price Index comes from the Department of Industrial Relations. Next slide, please. So this basically just highlights the sample fee impacts. And for what referred to as the low fee payers, and those are the ones that are less than 10 acre feet, they would be going up by $50, which is basically a 16.6% increase. As I mentioned before, they have not, this group here has not seen an increase in the last 5 years. A kind of a mid-level increase, someone around 1,000 acre feet, would be increased from $408 to $469, which is roughly about 15% increase, or in dollar amounts, a $61 increase. And then our highest fee payer, which has about almost 8 million acre feet of water, would be adjusted by 10%, and it's $88,000. The percentages, of course, are different, just because of the smaller group that you're getting a $50 increase is, of course, a higher percentage than as of course, the greater your acre feet of water, the percentage just starts to be adjusted down. And of course, I talked about that the one-time change petition involving transfers, that cap amount would be capped by the cost of the CPI of 3.94%. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'm going to move this over to Amanda. Basically, the next few slides, I mean, the gist of these proposals is to better focus the cost towards a specific applicant or beneficiary, which should reduce or minimize across the board increases for all fees. And so I'm going to pass this on to Amanda.
Good morning. So with the water right application fees, the fee structure was set initially in the 2003 initial fee setting, and it's been pretty much unchanged since then. What we see as the most common change to the fee in previous years is on the cap. So we have a cap in our current fee structure that hits at just under 40,000 acre feet requested, and then it flatlines there currently at about 649,000, which you'd see in our new fee structure is tier 12. So the new fee structure would be a major shift in the way we do fees. It would do several things. So one thing it would do would be more straightforward for applicants, because they'd be able to just line up with the tier instead of having to do kind of a calculated acre foot charge, which a lot of people have issues trying to do that calculation. So it'd make it simpler in that way. It would also adjust the fees to be more in line with the work on smaller projects. So the water right application process is highly complex, even for small projects. They still have to go through all the same steps in the code. For example, public noticing, CEQA, and other steps. And so this adjusts the cost to be more realistic. They're still likely low on the smaller projects, but higher than they are currently. So for example, under 10 acre foot, it would change the fee from
$1,000 to $5,000. That's still very, very low for the work involved in those type of applications, but would move that up. And then for 10 to 200 acre feet, which is probably where we receive most of our applications because of the large amount of filings of ponds, on-stream ponds in the North Coast, that would move up to $40,000. So one thing to note here is I did mention tier 12. So tier 12 is 40,000 to 200,000. And so their fees are going to stay basically the same as they are this year. So their fees aren't actually raising. We do have a new category for our largest of projects. So over 200,000 acre feet, which would be the 811,000. And we do receive those. You know, we've received some really big filings in the last 5 years that have been over 1 million acre feet, and they're paying the same as someone at 32,000, but it's a lot more work. So next slide. Another new component is recognizing that it can be more work to process applications in certain situations. And so it's a 20% surcharge if either of the two circumstances apply. The first one is it's in the Bay Delta watershed, which is highly complex. Just the large number of diverters, the Bay Delta plan considerations, it all leads to a much more complex processing. And then also, if it's an on-stream dam in one of the board's policies called the Policy for Maintaining Flows in Northern California Coastal Streams, which is called the North Coast Policy, in-stream flow policy. So those on-stream dams are harder to process too. That policy has a lot of different components that we have to work through for an on-stream dam. So there's a surcharge proposed there. Next slide. So we have some categories of application fees that are rarely requested, but we're going to change those. So we're going to have everything come back to the tier system just to make it simpler for our applicants. So this is an application for a small hydroelectric facility. Right now, that fee is $1,000 flat. We're going to have it be tied to tier 1 or tier 2, depending on the size. So if it's under 10 acre feet, it'd be $5,000. And if it's over 10 acre feet, 40,000. So that's tier 2. Next slide. So one other type of application fee that we have is our 180-day temporary permit fee. We talk a lot about the recharge temporary permits. These aren't them. These are anything else. So if a person wants to do direct diversion, diversion to on-stream storage, all the other types of temporary permits, which we do receive, they have historically, since around 2004, paid 50% of the standard application fee. That's always been the temporary permit fee. So we'd maintain that. Here we just have one example of tier 1 at 5,000. So, you know, it's half of the tier 1 fee. So it'd be 2,500. But it just depends on what amount they're requesting. But simple fee, 50%. Next slide. So a small hydroelectric would be 50% of tier 1 or tier 2. We already talked about, this is a 180-day small electric. So we talked about the permanent small electric being tied to tier 1 and tier 2. This would just be 50% of those tiers. Next. Okay, now we're going to get into the recharge temporary permitting, and the board has focused on these a lot. So back in around 2015, when SIGMA was picking up, you might remember the board reduced the fees here very low, around like $100, which is clearly not in line with how much staff time that we're spending on these. But the board decided to incentivize there. So they did that. And then the board came back around 2018 and raised the fees up. We had done a staff workshop on the fees, I think in 2017. They raised the fees up, but still not up to what like the staff workload is involved in that effort. So we raised them up. Right now, we have fairly complex fees on temporary permits for recharge. But if we talk about the initial filing fee, it's $5,000 plus 10 cents for every acre foot sought by the application. So anyway, that's a lot of calculations. But if you were to do 10,000 acre feet, it'd be about $6,000. It's like, and 10,000 acre feet is, you know, fairly common project. We get bigger ones, we get smaller ones, but that's pretty common. So $6,000, just as a kind of to give us some grounding. So what are we proposing to change it to? So we're proposing to, again, tie it to the tiers. We talked about how temporary permits historically and for other categories are 50%. We're trying to do some fairly complex things here, but to incentivize like a better situation for our staff and a better situation for the applicants. So we had previously presented in a hydro update about the temporary permits for recharge and some of the trends that we saw and why parties weren't diverting as much as we'd hoped. And part of that was that they were coming into us late. So what I mean by late is it takes us some time to process it, go through public noticing, to work through objections, to get a permit ready to get the project going. And that can take us about 120 days on average. And so we're trying to incentivize people to come into us in early summer so that they're ready for the next winter. And I mentioned in my previous presentation on that we held a staff workshop on that this June, and we actually did focused outreach one-on-one with our previous applicants and potential parties, trying to get them to file early. Another part of that strategy is to make the fees reflect that pressure. And so they would get a lower fee if they came in at least 120 days in advance of their diversion season. It helps them because if they can have a permit in place, they can be diverting day one of their diversion season. We don't know when those storms are going to hit. They could all hit early in the diversion season. We could give them a permit and they might not be able to use it. And we want to avoid that. So the way this is structured is we tie it back to that historical structure, 50% if it comes in less than 120 days before the diversion season, and 35% so they get a 15% discount if they're giving the proper time for the processing. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So for the 5-year, the 5-year was new legislation in 2020. And what we did with the fees there is we just made it 5 times the cost of 180 day. So we did a very simple fee. So, if you were at 6,000, you might be at 30,000 for a 5-year. What we're hoping to do with the 5-year now is pretty innovative. We want to make the 5-year the same cost as a single 180 day. And the reason we want to do that is we really think it's best for the party and best for our staffing to have parties go to right into 5 years as much as possible. The party gets a permit that's in place for the next 5 years. They don't have to come back each year. They don't have to have it re-noticed each year and have to get new objections. And, sometimes it's very different year to year because of new things coming up. So it's better for them. They've got the approval in place. It's better for our staffing. We don't have a lot of staffing in permitting. We're spending about 1/3 of permitting staffing right now on temporary permits for recharge. So we need to find ways to get better outcomes for the project. So that's one of our strategies. So here, these fees reflect exactly what I explained on the 180 day. So 35% and 50%. I didn't mention, but all the fees have the complexity surcharge. So if they're in the Delta watershed, or there's never going to be an on-stream dam involved in ground recharge, but if that was to apply. So next slide. Okay, so one thing that has come up is I talked about how there's this cap in our fees at right now at 32,000 acre feet, it kicks in. With the new fee structure, it kicks in at 40,000, then we have a secondary cap at the 200,000 level. So one thing that can happen is a party can split their application after they file. And they can split for a lot of reasons. They could split because there's different owners. They could split because their project is going to go at different paces. And so they put it into different phases. And so they move it into 2 applications. But the reality for 2 applications where there once was 1 is it's twice as much work. Like we have to notice it again, and we have to go through all the process. So what this change does is just say, if they split their application and it's above 40,000 acre feet, so it's in the places where, they're kind of paying these flat fees like that. If the split would make it have additional fees, they'll pay us that difference. And sometimes parties might want to split it into 5 pieces. So we want to be aware of the fact that it creates extra workload when parties split applications. Next slide. So we have some other categories that are related to applications. They're not the application filing fee themselves. So one of them is a petition to revise the declaration of fully appropriated streams. So a party This is a watershed where the application cannot be accepted because the board has determined there's no water left. But a party can try to overcome that with a petition and say, hey, I've got new information. They can make their case. When they do that, they file with their application an additional fee of $10,000 currently. So that process is very intensive. It can involve thousands of hours of staff time. It goes to hearing. We have some current hearings, for example, in the Kings River watershed with the AHO. So we're raising that to $100,000. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's very, very likely low for the amount of time that's involved in an extensive hearing process. Next slide. So the next category is where a party files to take over a state filed application, which are applications that we basically hold in trust for parties and they can ask to take them over. And so that was a fee that was set in 2003, initial fee setting at $5,000. Clearly fees are different now than they were 2 decades ago. So we're raising that to $20,000. When a party files to take over a state filing, by necessity in the code, that has to go to hearing. So that adds a substantial amount of workload. Next slide. And then finally, there's a related category, which is parties who ask for release from state filing. So this could be just a normal applicant who looks at water availability in their watershed and finds that there's one or more state filings in that watershed. So those state filings are like looming giants most of the time. They're very large. They haven't been, they may or may not been petitioned for. Some of them are in process for petitioning. Some of them are just sitting there waiting to be requested. And so the party may not be able to show water availability with those state filings there. And so they can file in the water code a request for release. So we have found in recent history that it's kind of interesting with those, because if it's protested, then by necessity, it'll have to go to a full hearing. And so we're raising that price there from $5,000 to $20,000. However, there is a unique case if the application has been noticed and there's no protest remaining or no protests were filed, then we're proposing to keep it $5,000. It is still a bit of extra work because we have to do a hearing, but the hearing is not a traditional hearing. It can be done by our deputy director. I consider it almost like a paper hearing. So there, if it's not protested, we're going to keep it at 5,000. And then if it's not protested and there's multiple releases requested, which can happen because in some watersheds, there's number of state filings that have been done, then we'd allow it to just be 2 times that, so 10,000. Even if they had to request multiple releases, we'd be handling them all at once with the same findings. Next slide, and I think that's where I hand it back.
Yes. Thank you, Amanda. So basically this slide here, we're proposing fee changes on our registration program fees. And this is more just kind of language cleanup. Currently for small domestic and livestock, they currently pay $500. And what we wanted to make sure was the amendment fee is equal to the registration fee, which is currently $250. So there's a slight downgrade in fee there, but we just wanted to clarify that language. And then on the small irrigation, small irrigation for cannabis cultivation, the current fee is $750 for cannabis cultivators. Again, this is more kind of cleanup language and kind of more getting guidance. The registrant is proposing to change a small irrigation appropriation for cannabis cultivation to another purpose of use shall continue to pay the annual fee for registration for cannabis cultivation until a request for replacement water right has been filed and revocation has been requested by the registrant. And so again, we're just some language in there to clarify that they'll continue to pay the $700 and $50 fee. Next slide, please. And so,
sorry, I just wanted to make it clear on that last slide that those are just for changes. So these are not the regular fees that they're paying, but if they're proposing to make a change in either of those scenarios.
Sorry. Thank you, David. And so this moves us to our proposal on late fees for annual reporting. We had some discussion, of course, there was some discussion about this earlier this morning. The annual report fees, We're proposing to assess a late fee based on the size of the water right and the degree of lateness. No late fee is being proposed for reports received within 30 days of the reporting deadline. I know kind of some of the details came in earlier, but water rights holders and claimants are required to submit diversions and use of data to the Division of Water Rights each year. The board and other agencies such as the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife, local water managers rely on this data for regulatory compliance, resource management, and water allocation decisions. The data are also the key components of curtailment and drought decisions. Unfortunately, compliance within existing reporting requirements is very low. Some statistics that I had for April of 2024, there were more than 13,000 diverters out of 41,000 that had not reported at that time. Most of the non-filers, about 10,000, divert less than 10 acre-feet per year. These small diverters have not been subject to the robust enforcement actions due to the considerable staff time needed for such large undertaking. However, there are also substantial non-compliance with larger diverters. And just to kind of give you some numbers there, 21 non-filers for diverters that report more than 100,000 acre-feet per year. And there were 70 non-filers for diverters that report between 10,000 and 100,000 acre-feet per year. To again address this problem, staff is proposing to establish a late fee as part of the board's annual fee setting process. The fee would be based on one, the type of water right, no fee for pre-14 or recurring diverters, two, the size of the water right, and three, how late the reported data is submitted. And then late fees are not proposed for the pre-1914 or recurring diverters, sometimes referred to as the statement filers, and account for about 12,600 of the 41,000 diverters because the board's fee authority does not apply to them. Staff believes that this late fee would have multiple benefits. One, reduce staff workload related to obtaining diversion data, incentivize timely reporting, and minimize future annual fee increases through avoidable source of revenue. And so just kind of looking at the table above on the screen, looking at the first row there, so a size of acre feet from less than 100, if they report later than 20 to 60 days, it'd be 20% of an annual fee. And so currently, if again they're under 10 acre feet, they're paying $350. That would be roughly about a $30 increase to their late fee assessed. And then of course, it just goes on based on the later you are, the increase in the percentages.
Sorry, I just flagged, you probably noticed the error on the slide, but the first column should say 31 to 60 days late, because as it says in the text above, they get the 30-day grace period, and you can't have 30 in two columns. Apologies.
So next slide, please. And I was going to toss this to David here.
All right, I'll go in order that they're on the screen. There are proposed changes for two different programs that are within the Water Rights Fund, but are not within the regular permittees and licensees. So they are separately tracked, but they're not their own separate funds. The first one is fees for certain types of work under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And there is no proposed change to the fee itself today for that. You considered that in March and modified the fee then, but the statutes also call for the board to use the same process to modify certain rules that are indirectly related to the fees. And so there are two proposals that relate to Sigma fees essentially being proposed today. The first one is to section 1042, which discusses meters. And this is a small change that closes a potential problem that or unintended consequence we had created in the prior language, which required that meters be calibrated periodically, but also upon installation. And so, of course, if somebody wasn't subject to the metering requirement at the time they installed their meter, they might have been in a catch-22 situation. So the clarification being proposed specifies an alternative way to comply with that obligation. So it's within 1 year of when reporting under Water Code Section 5202 is triggered, or the well owner or operator becomes subject to metering requirements. Because there's two scenarios. One is if a basin is put on probation, the other is for the unmanaged areas. Those are when reporting can be triggered. So we really wanted to make sure that this is triggered based on somebody actually getting notice of the obligation, and then they have 1 year to submit evidence or to make sure that their meter is calibrated, and not retroactively when they first had it installed and they didn't know about this requirement. The second proposed change is in section 1044, which is really a clarification for what was already intended, which is that there is an exemption to fees for low-income households and under certain circumstances. And what was previously there as one of the ways for qualifying was if somebody was enrolled in a qualified public assistance program. The proposed change is to clarify that that's a qualified income-based public assistance program, not just some other type of subsidy that they may be receiving, because the purpose is for a low-income resident. And I'll flag that this language, qualified public assistance program, was copied from actually the small domestic registration fees on the true water rights side. And so we're proposing the exact same change there. That's qualified income-based public assistance program. Same language, same intent, same trigger, same meaning. And then the second bullet on screen is water rights related water quality certifications. The water quality certification program, as handled by the Division of Water Rights, essentially covers FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, licensed hydropower projects, and then water quality certifications related to projects that are associated with a diversion of water, so a new dam or something like that, but not the program or the projects that are handled by the regional boards and the state board for water quality, like with WDRs and I don't want to oversimplify to say moving dirt around, but the other types of projects that most often require water quality certifications. So currently, there are 3 types of fees in a very confusing fee structure that's been in place since these were first adopted. One type of fee applies to FERC licensed hydropower projects. And then the other 2 types apply to the more traditional water quality certification projects, but one's handled by the Division of Water Rights and one's handled by the regional boards or state board. What staff is proposing is to do away with one of the categories of fees so that there is a simplified fee structure, leaving the FERC projects untouched, and then everybody who's applying for a water quality certification for a non-FERC project, whether it's to the Division of Water Rights because it's associated with a diversion of water, or to the regional boards or state board for the other types of projects, they're all handled under the regular water quality structure under Section 2200, which we'll probably talk about soon for the water quality fees. That's the fee structure that most folks assume applies when they submit an application for a water quality certification if it's not for a FERC project. The other one is fairly convoluted and it has limited applicability, and it's a kind of an hour-by-hour staff time approach, and it just really leads to a lot more work for staff and under collection in many cases because of the the requirements for tracking that time in certain ways. And it also leads to charging applicants different amounts after the fact, once the staff time is known. And finally, most applicants for water quality certs that are not for hydropower certs, they usually assume, like I said, that they're applying for the section 2200 fee and they pay that. So there's an extra workload with recalculating the fee, potentially refunding it, and then charging them for the hourly cost after the fact, depending on which fee applies. So I believe these were discussed at the fee stakeholder meetings. And really, this is a streamlining simplification for fee payers under these circumstances. But if you have questions on it, it sounded complicated when I explained it. I promise you the reg was more complicated and we're trying to make it less complicated. So hopefully that helps. Anything else, David? That's it for me, I think, for the secondary indirect water right fund ones.
Thank you, David. And then next slide, just the final slide here. And then we just received one comment letter. I won't go over all of these, but one comment letter basically with concerns and opposition of the proposed fees increases to the groundwater recharge permit fees. And next slide. And we're here for questions.
Thank you, much appreciated. I know this is here our yearly exercise. It's our, following the direction of the legislature to be here a fee-based organization and trying to just recoup the cost of our programs and being clear on where staff time is going and how best to be able to support the good work that our programs are doing here, particularly on water rights. I know the vice chair and I have had a chance to discuss, and we have been hearing a lot of concern around the increases around the groundwater recharge fees. And, here importantly, the board is looking to incentivize groundwater recharge, but we also need to be able to pay for our staff time and programs. And we're trying to do better at ensuring that other fee payers aren't essentially subsidizing the amount of work. And as you said, Mr. Montgomery, currently we're finding ourselves with, over a third of staff time being put toward, on the permitting side, being put toward these temporary recharge permits. And I think, and here on the policy side, are looking to make sure we are shifting folks to those 5-year permits so as to not have as much of a workload on a yearly basis for permits that can better be, again, captured over 5 years. I think, we'll certainly hear, we have commenters, and I'm sure we'll hear from them, again, a feeling of an unreasonableness for the amount that is being increased. I want to have a conversation here at the dais as to maybe how we might look and maybe phase in the amounts that we're looking to ultimately increase by. But want to assure folks that, here we're simply trying to pay accordingly for the staff time that's being put into it. I know there's perhaps a lot of policy issues folks have with groundwater recharge permitting generally. Glad to talk about those in another forum, but we'll do our best here to, again, appropriately be able to capture the fees that we need to do and fund the important work that's being completed here. And I think it might be appropriate here to think about how we might phase that in and not just have one sudden increase here. I don't know, Vice Chair, you wanted to add anything further here at the top, but I know it'll probably be one of the central things that we'll end up discussing here at the dais today.
Yeah, I agree completely, Chair, with what you've just said. I think a phase-in would be better. What I would like to do is just call out one paragraph in the letter referencing an overall 3.5% increase in costs. And so this is the group letter. So I think that it would be helpful to provide some clarity as to why such a significant increase. I know we talked a bit, but the processing for these permits, it's not like, even though we haven't been receiving the money, it's not like the cost just disappears somewhere. It gets shifted to the other fee payers that are within the water rights portion. And so maybe if you could help to provide some clarity, because I see Mr. Miller and Ms. Kramers, we're probably going to hear from some of the ag stakeholders, so it'd be helpful to just clarify that going into the discussion. But I do agree with the chair. I think looking at a phase-in would be helpful. I think that it would also give, I mean, really, we're looking at a policy here, and it's too bad we can't, we don't have the tools to be able to actually implement a policy to incentivize. We did that for years, but it just shifted the cost to others, which is, not equitable. And so just giving the stakeholders that would be supportive of this an opportunity to, maybe work through some of these issues at the legislature.
And we can talk about the phasing in maybe after the commenters, but to comment on the 3.5%. So that's the cost of the BCP. So the BCP is 1.2 million, 5 additional staff, 4 permitting staff, 1 AHO hearing staff, to enhance our efforts on groundwater recharge. So that's the cost, David could comment, but that's the cost to the fund overall. It's not that doesn't take the cost and focus it on the parties who are actually getting the benefit of the permitting. And then the other number that's cited in that letter, around 11%, that's like spreading it out again over the entirety of the fund. Here, what we're trying to do is have the parties who receive the benefit, so the applicants, pay more of the cost. We're still not proposing they pay the full cost. But when you look at, so revenue on temporary permits is highly variable. We have years when there's low filings and years when there's high filings. Sometimes that's related to wet years. But we haven't been receiving that much revenue. Maybe 100,000 in a year, maybe 600,000 in a year, depends on the year. So you look at the new BCP, that's 1.2 million. You look at a third of permitting, that's, maybe another million or two. So our revenues are much, much lower than what people are paying in fees right now. So that's why that when we see the percents cited, the percent increases, they're going to be very large. But we're trying to move, even with our proposal of 35 to 50%, we're not really getting at what it's really costing in staff. We're just moving in that direction, but we can talk about phasing in if you'd like to after the commenters.
Right. And then the other question that I had is for either Mr. Rose or Mr. Bishop on Sigma. So, we just put another basin into probation yesterday, and there's, some ongoing decisions there particularly with respect to one of the GSAs that may or may not be exempt. So looking at next year going forward, if we were to determine that it would be appropriate to have a fee adjustment, I know there's going to be a lot of anxiety out in these areas that are under probation, having to wait until September of next year. So just would like to get your thoughts on if we were to go sooner than September, what might be an appropriate time to tee up a conversation about an adjustment of Sigma fees?
So the biggest area of unknown is actually how many folks we're going to have and who's going to be paying. So it's a little hard for us we have essentially an estimate that we did when we cut it down from 40 to 20 based on our projections. We're still in a projection mode. So as we actually start gathering reporting information, we'll be able to actually look at what kind of what are the numbers and what does that equate to in terms of per acre fee that makes more sense. Do we need to raise it or do we need to lower it? And so I'm not sure we can do that in the next few months, which is I think what you're asking. I'm not even sure that next September we'll have enough information to make that change. But that what we will be doing is looking at the both the number of folks that are on probation. We have hearings moving forward in the next year, the impacts associated with the stay associated in the Tulare, and the compliance rate of reporting. Those are the kind of the three pieces that are going to help us make a decision on that. I am optimistic that once we actually start receiving the information, we'll be in a position to actually sit down with DAS and our fee folks and say, this is what we're seeing coming in. When we actually do that, how does that relate to our budget, and how should we adjust those fees? Because I recognize that the structure that we have in place today is based on two kind of underlying things. One is we're projecting, and we're projecting how many basins are going to be on probation, and we're projecting how kind of rate of compliance we would have with those. And we're being fairly conservative with both of those, which makes the potential revenue higher than people think is reasonable. And so we will be looking at that very closely as we move through.
And I don't have much to add to what Mr. Bishop just said, but as you know from how quickly staff was able to bring a change to you in March, I mean, it was unrelated to timing for other fee issues. It was related to timing of the potential hearing, well, not potential, the scheduled hearing for Tulare. Like, the staff can gather proposals to you quickly when new information comes in. So also, I think this would be an inflection point for you all, but the fees can be modified even after some fee payers have already begun to accrue fees. So if they're paying $20 per acre foot for some period and then it reduces, they would still get the benefit going forward of the reduced fee so that we are not over collecting. So it really does depend on the three factors that Mr. Bishop said. And right now we don't have solid data on any of those three, but we can get you something quickly when we get solid data points.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair. Look to other fellow board members if there's any questions or comments. And if not, we have a tranche of folks we can go to. Okay. Let's go ahead and hear from our first commenter, who will be Bob Gore, be followed by Charles Delgado, then Alex Beering, Michael Miller, and our last commenter here will be Noel Creamers. Mr. Gore, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Bob Gore from the Gualco Group representing Kings River, Modesto Irrigation District, Kern County Water, Zone 7 from Alameda County, the cities of Fresno, Long Beach, Santa Cruz, Woodland, Antioch, San Bernardino Valley Metropolitan Water District, and the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. I wish to thank the board, the chair, vice chair, all the members, as well as John Russell, David Ceccarelli, Cassandra White, Phil Crater, Eric Ekdahl, and their staffs for an ongoing participation in candid exchanges. I'm participating remotely because of two reasons. One, my wife and I just got back from our vacation, which included a civil rights museum tour in Memphis, where we ran into the American icon Ruth Elaine Lee. I urge you all to go. It fills in, for us, a huge blank spot in our historical knowledge. And the second thing I brought back from vacation was COVID. And that's why I'm not there today. So anyway, you didn't want me in the front row. From involvement in water policy and regulation since 2006, a few words. Water is essential. California water accumulates at wrong times in wrong places. Now, finally, public policy, law, regulation, and users are focused on supply, demand, and quality. The Water Board is a unique regulatory agency and forum. The Water Board and fee payers can and must collaborate to manage water and the attendant cost of compliance, which include these fees. Water is essential. Thus, water is a shared general fund and fee payer expense. Fee payers cannot devolve to the default shrugged off funding source as the trend is going. Fees cannot be levied without due formal and inclusive consideration. As an aside, for ILRP and ag lands and other people who do their permits at kitchen tables and in small Spartan Formica-laden offices, fees are a hardship, not a budget line item. There is a reason it is called the regulatory burden. I wish to thank the board for creating the fee working groups, but let's now broaden them to include program and regional boards to best achieve water goals and proper costs of compliance, including fees, with transparent, frequent, and meaningful mutual consultations. Fee payers' input would benefit from full, consistent data to understand our costs and then to apply our operational knowledge to assist the board and to establish true performance metrics, particularly metrics related to new BCPs, as we have heard. For example, how fast is the Administrative Hearing Office now clearing permit backlogs? And how many groundwater recharge and recycling permits will be created annually? Let's work together to increase ongoing collaboration, not outreach, but formal, full, productive, positive exchanges of information and solutions. To begin, let's create program improvement and cost of compliance management roundtables with the divisions of water quality and water rights using the ILRP review process that's just been established, and thank you for that, as an example. Let's ensure everyone is paying their fair shares, as we heard earlier again. Fee payers can provide, and which we're not able to do in the current formats, operational insights, while staff explains otherwise unknown cost management efforts and efficiencies, which can be a surprise. These cost of compliance roundtables could perhaps begin with 4 issues raised earlier in this meeting. First and immediately, how to best phase in an historic fee increase to encourage recharge, avoiding the sticker shock of fees unaddressed for too long. And during item 4 earlier, we heard some diverters do not report, quote, because it's too complex for them, unquote, which begs the question, why? And perhaps our collaboratory efforts could simplify this. And last, understanding complicated, nuanced discussions with the Department of Finance with regard to fee impacts. In closing, and thanks again, fee payers increasingly hear that new legislation is a cost driver. So, and with respect, we ask the board to direct its legislative office to work with fee payers in educating legislators, not lobbying, in educating legislators and staff on the costs of their ideas and new bills. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Appreciate your comments. And again, I know it feels like we come back to this theme every year on the challenge of ultimately here just trying to recoup the cost of our programs. And when it comes to direction from the legislature for new positions, budget, new legislation, that is a process unto itself. But we'll do our best to continue to make sure we're communicative and here providing the information that fee payers are looking for to give confidence that the board is using wisely. Again, the fees that are coming in, but it becomes difficult sometimes because I think for some, there's a desire for a negotiation, if you will, around what the legislature has already directed us to do. But again, I think that there are opportunities for us to be working better together and look forward to doing just that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Next, I'd like to call up Charles Delgado. He'll be followed by Alex Beering, and then Michael Miller and Noel Kramers. Okay, I think Ms. Beering is perhaps not responding or is not on the platform, so we'll go next. Sorry, Charles Delgado. Sorry, Ms. Beering. It's Charles Delgado that wasn't here. So we'll go to Ms. Beering. We'll go to you, Ms. Beering. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Good morning. I am I'm dialing in remotely and not on camera because my camera, the video sometimes gives the Wi-Fi fit. So I'll stay off and I apologize for that. But so I just wanted to, before I say anything, this is Alexander Beering from California Farm Bureau. Before I say anything about the proposed fee increases, I wanted to thank the board and the staff for the presentation on compliance or lack thereof with water rights reporting and diversion reporting and water use reporting earlier this morning. I know, speaking on behalf of Farm Bureau, we try to get the word out to our members. We can always do more, and I acknowledge that. And I do hope to do more in terms of getting the word out to people that this is something they need to comply with, even if they are not diverting in any given year. As was noted earlier, a lot of those are older diverters, folks that are in rural areas. They may have their own connectivity problems. It's a complex system, and all those things are very much true. I am hopeful that Upward, and when that platform is online, that is going to be a mechanism that will be a little bit more straightforward for some of those folks to use, and will also just simplify the process. I think it's also a generational issue, which I guess as time goes on will resolve itself on its own. And then I also just wanted to note that this may not be something that you would expect to hear, but I actually think that the late fees that you were proposing for not reporting is one of the strongest signals the water board can give compliance, and letting people know that this is something they have to do regardless. I know I only received a late registration fee once from the DMV, and it was high enough that I never did it again. So I think that those can be strong signals, and that can really increase compliance as well. And I just also want to note that there were bills last year and this year in the legislature, SB 389 and then SB 460, which is sitting on the governor's desk right now, that really we hope. So the water user community, those were very controversial bills for us, and we do hope that the outcome of those will provide additionally more information or more enforcement in terms of making sure that the water board gets the information it needs to know who is using what out there. So I just wanted to acknowledge that is, and I think was intended on our end to be helpful. You guys have also talked about the interplay between the increase in fees and the need to support potential for greater groundwater recharge. And I think that was exactly what we were thinking as well. Farm Bureau is concerned that if the fees are too high, particularly in that tier 2 level and some of those smaller diversions, that they will be a disincentive to doing the exact sort of recharge that the temporary 180-day and 5-year high flow diversion permits were intended to do. So we just want to make sure that when you guys go through this process, that you are balancing, again, the need to increase fees to support the resources to help with increasing recharge, at the same time being mindful of the fact that doing so at too high a level could actually disincentivize that. So anyway, I think that's probably most of what I wanted to contribute. One more thing I will say also, as I was listening to the conversation earlier, there was talk about protests and things like that. And I know I've been on the protesting side for some of these permits in a past life and a past job. And I just wonder if there's an opportunity also to spread the cost to some of the folks who may be putting in an undue or even minimal number of protests, but ones that increase staff workload substantially. So that would just be food for thought for you guys. But otherwise, appreciate all the outreach you've had with us. And please, I'm happy to work with you guys in the future to get the word out about what the fee increases are wherever you land today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beering. I really appreciate those offers and the engagement here on these issues. And yeah, we'll definitely take you up on that offer, and appreciate the support and hear the thoughts and ideas. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Miller. And as I do so, I do want to note, Mr. Miller, we ask for pronouns not as an invasion of a privacy, but because it's sometimes hard to tell the gender of a person simply by their names, and I don't like to misgender people. But
I appreciate that. I've done a lot of work in
Miller.
LGBT politics over the years, and I've always thought that that's something that people should offer on their own, not be required to give. So that's just my own personal, but I appreciate the board's perspective on that. Very much so. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Miller with the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. I want to comment on the proposal for groundwater recharge increased fees. Specifically, I want to just focus on that. I recognize that this is a huge challenge, right? You have budgetary challenges that are work to do without the funds to support it. I understand that. However, to the chair's point, to the vice chair's point earlier, our concerns are more on policy. We at the Wine Grape Growers, we sponsored SB 659 last year, which we worked with environmental agencies. We worked with environmental advocates, Department of Water Resources. That bill was signed into law to make sure that the state water plan has a goal for groundwater recharge. The governor just came out a few days ago saying promoting the 10th anniversary of Sigma, talking about how we have to have 500,000 acre feet of new groundwater recharge capacity annually. We support that goal. We applaud the governor's leadership on that issue. What we have here, though, is the reality that when you increase these fees, you are discouraging that action. And I know that that's not the intent, but that is what happens on the ground. You have a situation where groundwater recharge is already very expensive, and the incentives for doing that aren't easy, right? So people we're trying to streamline the permits, but at the same time, if you're saying we're going to streamline the permits, but those permits are going to be beyond the cost, what you've essentially done is create a situation with a carrot and a stick approach to encouraging the public to take action to help achieve a public policy goal. The carrot is we're going to expedite the permits. The stick is we're going to hit you with these increased fees to the point that those permits are unaffordable. So that doesn't help us achieve our bigger outcome. I want to also ask that you take a look at this relative to the Clear Lake hitch. Okay. In December, you took up an emergency regulation that directed information orders in the Clear Lake watershed. Okay, the idea was collect data on groundwater wells. How much water are we pumping from underground? How does that then affect the stream flows? And how does that then affect the habitat for the Clear Lake hitch? Generally, I think there's some theory, some thought that if you over pump the groundwater, you're going to reduce stream flows. You're going to create some harm for the hitch habitat. If that is borne out, and if that is true, one of the ways of addressing that is through groundwater recharge. That's one of the ways of getting there. In Sigma, you have a supply and a demand side. The supply side is to pump water underground doing recharge. The demand side is to reducing that pumping, right? To reducing well use. If you take that off the table with these fees, that's gone, okay? And many of you toured Clear Lake recently. Last summer, I was with some of you. You know that area. The economics of that area barely support the cost right now to do recharge. Increasing the fees, even delayed down the road, is going to take that option off the table relative to the hitch. So we think it's contrary to the bigger goal of increasing groundwater recharge. It's also contrary to the micro focus goal of protecting the hitch. And we know that that's not, those are policy concerns that don't address your budget issues. But look at it also from just the budget perspective. If the fees are so expensive that people don't do groundwater recharge anymore because they just can't afford the fees, you're not going to get that revenue. That doesn't even help the budget problem here. So with that in mind, we're asking, relative to the groundwater recharge fees, I think we need to revisit the issue, put it on hold for a while, bring the stakeholders together. Let's try to come up with a plan that addresses your budget problems, but also doesn't have the harmful effect of standing in the way of a big public policy goal, and that is increasing groundwater recharge, because if we don't do it, we will run out of water. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller. And I think to the Vice Chair's comment earlier, it begs the challenge we have with trying to incentivize policy through fees is ultimately we're kind of caught in a place where it's not accurately able to then support the staff time that it's actually taking. And we don't have anywhere else to go. We're a fee-based organization here. And, I think definitely open to making sure that we strike the right balance as to how we phase those in. But unfortunately, it's ultimately a kind of a zero-sum game ultimately on fees and the resources we need to actually conduct the work that we do. But I appreciate the points, and I think that what we definitely have an opportunity to do collectively is to continue to inform the legislature and all of us as to what are the activities that are going on, what is perhaps other appropriate places to find resources to conduct that work in the program, groundwater recharge permitting here. But I think it unfortunately is simply the way we're set up as a fee-based organization that creates part of this challenge. And we create that challenge ourselves too, as we had very artificially low fees, yes, to incentivize folks coming in the door, but creates these longer institutional issues for us as well. So I appreciate the comments and hear the consideration. Thank you. Ms. Creamers.
Morning, Noelle Kramers with Wine Institute. Appreciate the opportunity to comment this morning, and I want to echo the concerns that Mr. Miller raised on this and continue along the discussion around policy. So, I mean, 2 years ago, California adopted California's water supply strategy, adapting to a hotter, drier future. I mean, one of the provisions in there, which I included in the letter, was the recognition that fees can act as a disincentive, and DWR should pay fees for groundwater recharge projects to help incentivize that. And that was under the old fee structure. So with the new fee structure, I mean, there's a project that our members are participating in the Alexander Valley, and the current fee structure would require a fee of $6,000 for that project. If they apply prior to 120 days, they would need to pay nearly $41,000. If they waited to apply closer to the time when they knew the hydrologic conditions as to whether or not there'd be water available, they would need to pay over $58,000 for that permit. So that's a huge change in this project that's ongoing, that already has budgets laid out, that they now have to figure out where that money is going to come from to do something that the state has been asking folks to do. And our members have taken very seriously the charge to help increase groundwater levels and to recharge groundwater. And so we completely understand that it's a challenge for me to get up here and say, don't increase these fees, knowing that you have to pay the cost of staff to analyze the permits. And so it is a zero-sum game. But we want to be here today because this is a larger issue. The state has a policy that I think everyone in this room supports to try to improve and increase groundwater recharge. And so let's have these larger discussions around how do we make sure that we incentivize that. Another piece that I do want to point out, and I appreciate the recognition of the temporary 180-day versus the 5-year, and the desire to push to the 5-year permits. Individuals are not eligible for those permits. It's only GSAs and agencies that can get those permits. So if you do have projects that are not being run through an agency, they have to stick with the 180-day route. So that is another piece. There are a lot of issues around here that I think it would make sense to come together, have these conversations to figure out a long-term solution as to how we continue to incentivize groundwater recharge and make sure that the costs of running the program are covered, but maybe there are ways to subsidize some of those costs or look at how do we, I mean, this is another thing that fee payers pay is, are there efficiencies that can be improved and added into that program? So I appreciate your time this morning. I appreciate the conversation that you've had. Clearly, you recognize the value and looking for solutions because we really want to make sure that we don't create disincentives for groundwater recharge. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Creamers, and thank you for working with us there. And to your point, I think some of the challenges we have are perhaps in statute, and so those are less within our control, right? And so I think that nonetheless, so we're very much open and willing to have a conversation around how we might all collectively be better looking at this and be able to support the work and importantly, have the recharge activities happen. It is very much something this board is focused on, so I appreciate that. Okay, next I'd like to call up Jacob DeFont, and I believe this will be our last commenter on this item.
Morning, Chair, members of the board, and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jacob DeFont, and I'm with the Agricultural Council of California. We represent roughly 15,000 farmers across the state, from some of our best-known brands to small family-owned enterprises as well. And I'm here to express some concern on the proposed increases to fees for groundwater recharge specifically. As written and as proposed, the fee increase will have a significant financial impact on our farmers and ranchers as well, who are implementing or want to implement essential groundwater recharge projects across the state to help reach this policy goal that we've all been referencing for groundwater recharge. You heard the previous commenter speak about some specific examples of price increases. One thing we noted in our letter that really stood out to us was that these fee increases on average are an increase of about 1,500% in some of the most extreme cases, which when you're a farmer operating on a razor thin margin, that may be infeasible in terms of compliance or in terms of just farm budgets. California farmers are already facing some of these razor thin margins as it relates to increases in the cost of inputs on farm and facing another financial pressure in the form of fees for doing something that's pretty proactive in terms of helping our hydrologic conditions in the state is just another pressure on some of their budgets. Let's see. Here we go. Sorry, lost my spot. We understand the need for fee increases and to fund the permitting staff, but some of these proposed fee levels are just excessive and could derail current efforts that we specifically saw over the last couple of years during really wet seasons. And we urge the board to reconsider the fee increases as of now and work with stakeholders to find a more reasonable solution that promotes groundwater recharge and does not disincentivize it. Groundwater recharge is not just a public policy goal, but a public necessity as we face hotter, drier futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFont. That brings us to the end of our commenters and looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions, thoughts they'd like to bring up. And then otherwise on the issue of groundwater recharge fees, what I propose is let's cut it in half, pursue a 50 of what was looking to be increased, 50% increase of that, and leave us some space to be able to chat further with folks over the course of the next year, but start to try to better align again the work. So again, not try to accept the full amount that was looking to be increased, but cut that in half at this point.
Okay.
Would be, I think, my fair assessment of what we could move forward with here. But looking to hear from other board colleagues and folks on how they feel about that, and you all as well as to what you might need to do or any considerations we have about that.
Chair, could I just want to, I feel obligated to remind the board that unless there's some change in legislation or an increase in our general fund, next year would be also a large increase. So it's not like it goes away. We would have to propose it. You all can phase things even more. I mean, that's your decision, but we have to actually propose something that gets as close to covering our budget as possible every year. So just want you to be prepared.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know in previous years when the board is elected to not fully recoup the costs of our programs, and I think of COVID particularly when we ended up, I think there for a year pausing on some of the fee increases, it just builds up that need and just means oftentimes, unfortunately, larger fee increases even later. But I think, given the concern and given kind of where we are, it'd be appropriate to give ourselves some time, but definitely noted, Mr. Bishop. And again, we're left here when we have this yearly discussion on fees at truly a zero-sum game where we're just recouping the cost of our programs. So, Mr. Rose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is helpful because it doesn't involve the zero sum of our own fees, but I wanted to contextualize this briefly with things the legislature has done recently to implement this policy, which is a reminder that I think it took effect June of last year. Water Code Section 1242.1 takes certain groundwater recharging projects out of the permitting process. So we don't incur any costs for those. Those are the high flow events that meet certain criteria. So that is a way, not a way that shouldn't be pointing myself, that you could implement, but the legislature implemented things like that do not have costs to the board. So it's not all or nothing in terms of these projects coming in and having costs to the board. There are some that do not, that the water taken under those doesn't get, I guess you could say, colored to a certain entity. They don't have exclusive control under it or over it, but it does recharge the basins just the same. So different way of approaching it, but not something you could decide on here today. I just wanted to put that in as context for something that is new and available that doesn't have cost to us.
Yeah, I appreciate that note. There's a lot of, there's newer options certainly when it comes to approaching groundwater recharge and flood diversion when folks are in times of flood. And to your point, though, doesn't give that person a right to then those actual drops later, but does help ultimately basins is an important note. I appreciate it, Mr. Rose. Vice Chair.
I think what you propose is appropriate, Chair. And what I'd like to do is also understand next steps. So there's the big policy, things that are, probably beyond our control. So those conversations probably need to occur. And I'm reminded that for many years we had many in the ag sector that were concerned and continue to be concerned with the water quality fees. And what we did, I think, with Mr. Bishop, your leadership and others, was to at least make sure that everyone was using the same set of facts so that as stakeholders went to advocate for adjustments, if we were ever asked questions about the numbers, we would be able to concur and say that the information that they have is correct. And so I think that I just want to hear from staff, unless there's another time frame to have this discussion. When's the first stakeholder meeting that's conducted, or the next one after we would adopt today?
So the next stakeholder meeting would actually be roughly around March of 2025.
Okay, so, I don't know. I see Mr. Miller making a face. So, maybe we could expedite that or have a special one for this. I just think it's important to keep the conversation going. The other piece is to collect information to see if this really does result in a reduction in the number of permits that are filed. And then, Mr. Rose, you made a very good point. I think the vast majority of recharge that's going on is the one where, you don't get credit. And that's really related to very high flow events. And so we may or may not see that this next year, but just gathering the information so that as stakeholders are advocating, they'll have correct information. And then the other thing was just asking Ms. Montgomery if you're planning on having another workshop, because I know that can be really helpful to just make sure that potential permittees have the information they need in order to go through as smooth of a process as possible. And so I think that when you have those touch points, it's an opportunity to provide that information, but then also to receive information about, are there things that we can do to further streamline the process?
Sure. So we do have a workshop coming up, but it's on Water Code 1242, and that's on October 9th. And we'll mention temporary permits there as well. But that workshop will be recorded and available for parties as they're gearing up for the next season in case we have flood events like we did 2 years ago. Walking through that process and how to fill out the forms and the timelines and tips and all that. On temporary permits, we held a workshop at the end of June. We did record it, and all of that content is up on our website, so any party can look at it. And then we did the specified individual outreach to applicants and potential applicants. Right now, we're kind of starting our seasons. We're working with a lot of applicants that are coming in. We will hold another workshop. It will just need to kind of make sense with our timing, but anybody who's interested, the workshop from June is up on our website and they can watch it in its entirety.
Appreciate that. And plus up, Vice Chair, your request that, we convene a meeting here sooner and on this topic ultimately of fees and how we're approaching groundwater recharge permits vis-a-vis those fees, and appreciate the workshops that have gone on generally just to inform folks about the process, what they need to do, and if something can be squeezed in here, before the new year, an additional one, and appreciate that we just had one here in June. I think that would be good. So just thank you for that.
So we will work to set up a meeting in the near future. I can't give you a date yet. We'll have to get together with staff and then reach out to the folks here and other folks that have commented on this to try and get the word out.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
And Chair Esquivel, apologies to interject, but you proposed to start off the conversation cutting the initially proposed fees in half. I wanted to make a small plug right here. So the originally proposed fees would be 35% of the fee otherwise applicable, or 50%. If we cut those in half, it would be 17.5% and 25%. My plug would be that there is a larger difference in between the two, so that these do come in more than 120 days in advance. That one right there really helps on the staff workload and the turnaround time. It's, you know, squeezing it into a smaller amount of time. So if it were 15 and 25 or 15 and 30 instead of 17.5 and 25, just wanted to put that out before you really got deep into the conversation, because that is a different component than just the percentages themselves, is that difference between the two. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, supportive there. Looking to fellow board colleagues, how they're feeling on this.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a pop quiz for Ms. Montgomery. Do you recall offhand how many temporary permits were filed last year, and for how much, and then how much was actually diverted? And like just
I don't know. So last year, the most recent year has not fully reported yet. So parties don't report until the fall. And so that's still trickling in. So I don't know that number right off the top of my head. I'm very familiar with 2 years ago.
Okay.
So where we reported the boards, that was like 669K was the total amount that we issued. It was something like we estimated what their actual opportunity was, because so many of them came in so late. And that was more like 80,000, and then 20,000 actually diverted, 20,000 acre feet. So, you know, and that's really a reason why we're trying to get people to apply early, is because we see so much missed opportunity.
Yeah. So I think
10 to
there's
12 applications.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And sorry to put you on the spot a little bit, but I thought you might have some numbers. So, you know, I just want to flag, I'm comfortable with the proposal, with the adjustment, but there's a lot of work here that I think there's a lot of issues when it comes to temporary groundwater recharge permitting generally that I think we can talk about. So I'm really encouraged by the idea of a stakeholder meeting, and I might even suggest that the scope of it be a little bit broader than just fees, but I think fees is an important consideration here. But when we're thinking about incentivizing this type of activity, we have to think about what are the barriers to these types of actions. And so part of the reason I asked the question was because when you're applying for temporary permits for groundwater recharge, it's very speculative. So, you know, not only would an applicant have to think about, hey, is this fee investment worth it? You know, what are the chances I'm going to be able to recoup that investment? And some of that has to do with the fee cost up front. Some of it has to do with the criteria that are in the permit itself. What would allow a diversion or not allow a diversion? So and there's probably other factors, but I just want to flag that that's something I've been thinking about, are those numbers. You know, what are we seeing even in a wet year? You know, how much recharge are we seeing versus the amount that we've permitted? So, and for me, that all factors in here to this conversation about fees, because the fees are being set based on what the applicant's applying for, not what they're actually, at the end of the day, able to divert. So it does weigh on me a bit when we're talking about increasing the fees a significant amount. It's on some prospective guess. It's a gamble. And so I really have an open mind about what makes sense for the long run. I think this is a helpful change. And I hear you on the timing about wanting to incentivize applications to come in earlier in the season. I agree with that. I also want to hear more about how do we help folks understand the benefits of a 5-year permit and how to get over that hump. So anyway, I just think I'm comfortable with the proposal if other board members are, but just wanted to tee up that there's maybe a few other items that we could discuss in this conversation.
Yeah, certainly. I appreciate that, board member. It very much crosses my mind quite a bit as well, as we're very hyper-focused on what actually gets recharged. And ultimately, there are a number of requirements that other sister agencies may have. And so some of it is within sort of our control, if you will, when it comes to how we structure permits. And I've similarly heard, complaints from folks that there's a feeling that, we're missing the mark because although we're authorizing up to a certain amount, there's all these other complications. And so, yeah, there's definitely a policy discussion to unpack all amongst it. And there is an interweaving here with the fees. And so just agree with you that we should continue to keep mind, and it's front of mind for me as well. So appreciate that, board member. Board member Firestone.
Thanks. I just want to make sure I'm following the proposal or discussion. Is this just on the 180-day temporary permit, or is this 5-year, or both?
It's for both. So the proposal,
I guess the proposal from us to reduce it 50% is the chair and vice chair's proposal to reduce both of those 50%?
I think so at this point. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And I guess, is there, I'm just wondering if, I guess I support the acknowledgement that that there's a lot of policy issues here and a lot of complexity. I think we want to try to incentivize, not having to come every year for 180 days and come for longer term projects. And so it seems like what we want to do is figure out how to incentivize that. But I also very much appreciate that, as already been said, as chair, as you said, this isn't a lot of times when we're trying to incentivize or slowly transition, it kind of backfires because we then have to really increase fees later, and that can be even more of a disincentive. So I'm, nervous about that. But I, support with what the majority of the board is wanting to do here.
Thank you, Ms. Firestone. Board member Firestone. Board member Morgan.
Thank you. I'm also supportive of the proposal. I would like to see just where the breakdown between individuals who are applying for 180-day versus,
Sure. Maybe I can enlighten a little bit on that part.
Okay.
So it is true that the 5-year is only eligible for what qualifies as a local public agency under SGMA. So a water district, a GSA, and the 180-day could be used by any type of party. But there's a really important consideration, and that is, well, one, we haven't had any individuals apply. And the second is, if an individual was to apply, the board would have the burden to do CEQA on their behalf. And that would be very time intensive for us. The way it works with the 5-year or all the 180 days that we've done on recharge is they've been qualifying. There's one of two scenarios. Either the party is acting as lead agency, so we're only acting as a responsible agency, which is arguably much less work for us, or it's been operating under a CEQA suspension. There's been a series of CEQA suspensions that have been in place since 2015. And those CEQA suspensions are only eligible for local public agency, state agencies where we're in a responsible agent. We're not even in a responsible agency role because it's suspended. So that concept of an individual applying, while a true statement, is not occurring with this body of work.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. That's helpful. And so with that, that helps clarify that piece there. So just want to make sure, just, as we're moving forward, that this here is that able to really do incentivize moving towards the longer, 5-year permit. And we're not, I don't want to say unfairly, but leaving a group behind. And that we're really still, as much as possible, incentivizing recharge and, moving projects forward. And with understanding that, we may not be recuperating all costs now, and that we're going to have to look forward to the, next year and perhaps future years. Really do want to work with stakeholders to really get a good understanding and look at, are there other, how else are there other ways that we can continue to move this forward and really get that good balance that we're really are looking for. So, with that, I am supportive of the proposal.
Thank you, board member.
So, Chair, I want to make sure before we get to a motion, we're 50% is what I heard. And so that numbers, do we have those numbers?
That was going to be my question, is the proposal to cut the 35% and 50% in half, or to do, that would be 17.5% and 25%, or 15 and 25, or 15 and 30. They're all about the same place. But I, of course, want to write it up and make sure that if we want to put it on screen, or you have a proposal, that we're very clear on what exactly the motion is. Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
I'm okay just sticking with, the 17.5 and 25%, but looking to see if there's a difference on the dais here, and if folks, I'm open. I mean, it largely accomplishes.
I was gonna, yeah, it does. I agree. I think we're splitting hairs a little bit, but I'm also okay with the Rose amendment, if you will, and going with something more on the 15 and 25. Sounds clean to me.
That sounds fine to me as well. We can remove the 0.5%, and the Rose amendment, I think, is I'm seeing nods, so I think we'll stick with the Rose amendment.
Would you like that on screen, or do you want me to read that into the record as to where it goes, or both?
I think reading could be fine. Yeah.
Okay. So what is being proposed are the changes that were in the agenda item with the following modifications. There are 4 total modifications. They are all in Section 1062 of the California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Subdivision A1G is where the first 2 modifications are found. That's a lowercase a, number 1, capital G, and the 35% would be changed to 15% for the percent of fee identified in subparagraph A for the project submitted at least 120 days prior to commencement of diversion. And then the second modification in the same subparagraph would be modifying the proposal for 50% of the fee identified in subparagraph A for those projects submitted less than 120 days prior to requested date of commencement. It would become 25%. So I'm not reading verbatim, but making the change. The similar, actually identical changes would be proposed in subparagraph I, also in A1. And the 35% would change to 15%, and the 50% would change to 25%. Only changes discussed so far.
Thank you for reading those in. Anything else board members like to discuss? Any questions, comments? And then otherwise, maybe prepared for a motion.
I'll move to adopt item 6 with the changes read into the record by Mr. Rose.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the water right fee schedule is adopted, and appreciate everyone's work and discussion here on it, and look forward to it. I know will be further discussion on it. We are nearing the lunch hour here. Let's take a quick break though, just a quick 10-minute. What we'll plan to do is go ahead and then come back after the break. Here, item number 7, since I see a number of commenters and that's on water quality fees, and then take a lunch thereafter, and then we'll continue on into our fee discussions. But let's give ourselves a quick 10-minute break and come back here at 12:12. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 2:15. We can bring ourselves back and we return now and begin item number 7, which is our fee discussion on water quality.
Thank you. So here's the water quality fees for fiscal year 24-25 for your consideration. Next slide, please. Today, myself and Cassandra are presenting. Next slide, please. The staff presentation, it's going to outline our stakeholder outreach, the waste discharge permit fund cost drivers, the waste discharge permit fund program budget detail, percent fee changes by program, samples of the fee impacts by program, proposed fee changes, and then comments that were received, and then finally questions. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier in the water rights program fee discussions, we held 3 general water quality fee stakeholder meetings, and these are based on the iterations of the governor's budget. March 7th was our first, based on the governor's proposed budget that was released in January, and then June 13th based on the May revised budget. And then finally, after the Budget Act was released, we met on August 1st. And again, the gist of these meetings, of course, are to, of course, discuss our budget cost drivers, our budget expenditures, discuss potential fee increases, also staff's proposals to get feedback, impact, and work with the different fee payer community, and again, listen to the concerns and answer questions, and hopefully address the concerns that are going on in our fee programs. Next slide, please. And at this point, this is the waste discharge permit budget cost drivers. The fee setting budget went from 187.7 million to over 201.8 million, which is basically a net difference of 14.1 million. I'm going to now pass this on to Cassandra White to basically give you some more details about the budget cost drivers.
Thank you. So the cost drivers, the first one, the second table, is the state operation. The increase is 6.9 million, 3.7%. The next item is pro rata, which decreased this year 1.1 million and 0.6%. And then the next item was BCPs. There were 4 BCPs this year. The first one is the Yuba River TMDL Stipulated Settlement Agreement BCP. The cost is 1.7 million and just under 1% at 0.9. The second BCP is the Information Security Privacy Office Staffing BCP. This BCP is charged to all water board funds, and the WDPF portion is 215,000 at 0.1%. The third BCP is resources needs to address impacts on project permitting resulting from recent Supreme Court decision, also known as SACIT. This BCP is 6.1 million or 3.3%. And the fourth BCP is the Pajaro River Flood Risk Management Project, result of AB 876. The BCP cost is 225,000, 0.1%. And again, the total overall increase is 14.1 million at 7.5%. And of that, 4.4% is due to BCPs. And I'll hand it back to David.
Thank you, Cassandra. And just to reiterate, again, of the 14.1%, 8 million is being driven by BCPs. And of course, the majority of that is coming from the SACIT BCP, which we'll discuss here in a moment. And just to kind of clarify, pro rata is basically our cost for essential services throughout the state of California. Some examples of like Department of Finance, state controllers. These are agencies that assist us as an organization. They all departments and agencies within for the state of California pay a share of pro rata. What's actually happened this year in the budget for this fund, it's actually decreased by roughly $1.1 million. So next slide, please. So this is basically showing the waste discharge permit fund program budget detail. We have some letterings up there, which identifies each column. So letter A, which is the list of WDPF programs. Letter B there is the 24-25 fee setting budgets. And so when we looked at the total on the last slide at 201.8 million, this is basically the budgets for each of these of our core water quality programs. Slide C is the fiscal year 24 revenue forecast based on our current fee rates and the number of fee payers. So based on, again, current rates, current fee payers, we're looking to generate roughly around $188 million. And so column D there shows the amount of revenue needed to meet budgetary expenditures. So roughly about 13.3 million in additional revenue is needed. And this basically shows a breakdown of each of the core programs, the amount needed to meet budgetary expenditures. And column F there basically shows the program percentage change needed to meet budgetary expenditures. So basically how much revenue is needed. And these percentages basically kind of outline what the fee increases would be. So if we move to the next slide, this is basically the percentages. We're on the past slide, but this shows the waste discharge permit fund programs percentage fee changes, and this is what we are proposing. Outside of the water quality 401 certification program, the average water quality fees are increasing by 4.1%. There's a range from 1.5 to 5.7%. The water quality 401 certification, as a result, of course, the SWRCB is resulting in a 41.1% fee increase. And all categories will be increased by the appropriate 41.1%, except for category H, which is our wildfire mitigation, as projects in that category are generating sufficient revenue to support staff's workload. The significant fee increase is mostly the result, of course, of resources needed to address impacts on project permitting resulting from the recent Supreme Court decision, of course, the SWRCB. Next slide, please. And so this just outlines an example, each of our water quality programs. Top there is our WDR program. So we just kind of pick minimum, medium, and maximum. Low fee, some of the smaller threat and complexity levels of a 3C rating would be increased by $199 to our largest maximum WDR permit rating of a 1A, which would be increased to $10,374. We have different categories in our water quality certification. The fill and excavation minimum would go up roughly 10,900, and then the maximum would go up 106,454. Some of our bigger fill projects. And then, of course, we have some smaller dredging minimum projects that currently pay roughly $3,000 and would be increased to $4,200, which is basically a $1,227 increase. So I wanted to show some examples there. Next slide, please. Same thing with our stormwater NPDES. Wanted to break down some of our minimal averages and for a municipal average would be increased by 3%, which is a $992. On the industrial permit, the average would be $47, and an average, which is about 100 acres of construction, would be increased to $171. And then on the wastewater system, on a small system, roughly $54, and then on a large wastewater system, we're looking at an increase of about $13,667. And then next slide, please. And then finally, kind of representing the CAF, the Confined Animal Feeding Program, the dairies, roughly at 5.4%. Small dairies would be increased by $40, with large dairies that have greater than 3,000 mature dairy cattle, they would be increased by $1,000 or $1,076. Looking at our irrigated lands program, 50 acres of irrigated lands would go up by $3. And then as an example, 1,000 acres would be increased by $63. And then finally, the minimal fee for our permits on cannabis would be increased by $43, and then a maximum fee would be increased by $508. Next slide, please. So we had, as part of this process, we worked with stakeholders to develop a new structure for water recycling requirements. And through this process, we had 3 stakeholder meetings individually for just the recycled water stakeholders, one on April 18th, one on May 22nd, and one on July 18th. Next slide, please. So just to kind of jump into a little background here, prior to 2023, the water boards lacked the authority to assess fees for individual water recycling requirements and WDR and MPDS wastewater permits that contain water recycling requirements. The fiscal year 23-24 budget also contained trailer bill language providing fee authority for recycled water permitting and authorized funding for water supply strategy implementation BCP, which contained 15 positions for permitting recycled water projects. So again, together with the Division of Water Quality, the Fee and Revenue Branch, we hosted 3 stakeholder meetings. We also had a separate meeting with water reuse at their request. You know, at the beginning and throughout this process, you know, one of the challenges in developing this fee structure is there's a wide variety of ways in which water recycling is permitted throughout the state. And we wanted to ensure the fees would be appropriate, applicable statewide. So as we're looking at the proposal here, staff's proposal evolved from basically stakeholder comments. So at the first meeting on our April 18th meeting, staff presented various methodology options. These options included assessing a fee based on type of recycled water produced, potable versus non-potable, permitted design flow, and a combination of both type and flow. And we received several comments. One was, you know, as water recycle is encouraged by the state, the fee should continue to be spread broadly across WDR and MPDS fee payers. The design flow was not representative of recycled water production. The proposed fee would be duplicative, specifically of the Division of Drinking Water fees for potable reuse projects. And there are inequities in the proposed fee schedule that don't reflect the vast differences in projects statewide. So again, as we received this feedback and we started to evolve, we presented several other options at the May 22nd meeting, which categorized recycled water production permits by size based on the volumetric annual report volumes. We created a separate fee category for permits for recycled water production and recycled water distribution, and then we expanded tiers to include a greater number of sizes. So with this additional feedback received at the July 18th meeting, staff presented one final option that assesses a surcharge based on the type of recycled water produced, potable versus non-potable, for facilities with MPDS wastewater permits or WDRs that contain recycling requirements. And then the fee would be assessed as a flat fee for standalone water recycling requirements. Permits for distribution or use of recycled water exclusive of production would be assessed a flat fee of $1,500. So the fees that we came up with, so permits issued for recycled water production, potable would be $16,000, non-potable fee $2,800, and then of course permits issued for recycled water distribution and or use only would have a flat fee of $1,500. The fees are based on an estimation of level of effort of work associated with the water recycling requirements. We received positive feedback and support from the water recycling community on staff's proposal. We also mentioned to the stakeholders in the meetings that we will continue to monitor the fee schedule and keep the water recycling community informed at upcoming fee stakeholder meetings, and have offered to meet with the water recycling community to discuss any concerns if they arise. Next slide, please. And before I get into that, I do want to mention one change. We do also have what we refer to as our federal fee rate. And there's not a slide on this, but the rate reduction for federal entities, which is not subject to our ambient monitoring surcharges, will be reduced from the current 8.2% to 7.2%. So it will be reduced by 1%. So I do want to mention that in the record. We received 2 comment letters. Rosario Cortez from Water Use was supportive of the item, and I believe she's here today to comment. And then Spencer Sachs also was supportive of the water recycling proposal, was also supportive of the proposals for WDR and MPDS fees. Next slide, please. And that leads to questions, if there's any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate, I know the discussions that continue to go on with stakeholders around these fees, and appreciate the back and forth and the openness that you all have approached this with. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything off the bat on water quality. And hearing none, we can, oh, yes, sorry, Board Member Morgan.
I just want to quickly to say thank you. I know every year you have the stakeholder meetings and you work through the fee setting process. And, this year you proposed a water recycling fee, and then you work with the community to, modify and to refine that fee. And I just really do appreciate the work and the effort to really just have the collaborative process each year, and to, be open to feedback and working with all of our stakeholders, not just here with water recycling or the water quality, but for all of our fees. So I just want to express my gratitude for that.
Thank you, Board Member. We have about 7 commenters here, and so we can go ahead and start to hear from them. Our first commenter will be Bob Gore, be followed by Rosario Cortez, Spencer Sachs, and then Margaret Fourniers.
Good morning again. I wanted to make sure I was live. Thank you. The water quality process, the fees is detailed, nuanced, and thorough. And on behalf of the Gualco Group and the prior clients I cited, we'd like to express our appreciation and look forward to expanding and making this format more effective. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gore. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Rosario Cortez, followed by Spencer Sachs, then Margaret Fourniers, and then Ellen Weir.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. As was mentioned in the presentation, Water Reuse California does agree that option F before you today is the best path forward. But we really wanted to acknowledge staff of both Division of Administrative Services and the Division of Water Quality for their responsiveness to our May comment letter. And for facilitating some meaningful stakeholder engagement, for working with us to find a reasonable path forward. And that's really what we appreciate today. So thank you again for your time.
Thanks for that acknowledgement and appreciation. Appreciate as well you all synthesizing your membership and being able to work with us collaboratively here. So thank you, Ms. Cortez. Next, I'd like to call up Spencer Sachs, again, followed by Margaret Fourniers, Ellen Weir, and then Jean-Pierre Cadiavella.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Spencer Sachs on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 130 agencies and municipalities that engage in the collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. We are greatly appreciative of the opportunity to provide comments on this item. We would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the Water Board, listening to our concerns over large fee increases. Previously, we had asked that the State Water Board attempt to limit fee increases to manageable and predictable amounts, and we feel as if these fee increases largely satisfy that request. We know that the State Water Board understands the need for lower and more predictable fee increases year over year. For the large government or local government agencies that comprise our membership, lower and predictable increases are more manageable than large fluctuating annual increases, which are disruptive to planning at agencies and divert resources away from critical local services, including complying with new regulations and permits that have been adopted in recent years. Additionally, we want to thank staff for hosting workshops and providing detailed information on the fee increases and cost drivers. We appreciate the staff for hosting these workshops where the free fee branch can explain the accounting procedures and host discussions around fee increase cost drivers. These workshops have been very insightful, and we would request that these workshops continue in the years to come. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments and thank the board for maintaining incremental fee increases only when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Appreciate you and your organization and member agencies and coordinating and working with us on these issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Margaret Borniers, be followed by Ellen Weir, Jean-Pierre Carivella, and then our last commenter will be Jacob Defont.
Thank you, Chairperson and Board. On behalf of Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, I'd like to have it on the record that we're strongly opposed to the water quality fee increase, specifically the increase of 401 certification fees as proposed. These fee increases affects our budgets, our projects, our ability to maintain flood facilities, and our ability to protect life and property. We need to work with the money we have in our budgets. You all understand that too. As a flood control agency, we don't have any discretion on our maintenance activities over a very large service area. The work must be done. Our facilities must be maintained to design conditions. Otherwise, our residents and surrounding property suffer harm. Our revenue stream funding doesn't predict and can accommodate fee increases by the state at this magnitude. Fees have doubled in the past 4 years, doubled. In 2020, our acre fees were almost $19,000 per acre. Now almost $38,000 is proposed. We've seen a 600% increase in the past 10 years. It's a real burden, especially for maintenance of existing facilities. Another issue, we don't understand the board's rationale and we question the legality of this decision. During stakeholder meetings, it was disclosed as justification that the Sackett decision is driving an increase in labor to support the non-federal WDR program. As I understand it, the additional revenue from the 401 certification budget will fund staff resources so staff in the regions can respond to WDR applicants and mimic what the upfront services that were previously provided by the Army Corps under the federal 40441 programs, providing like jurisdictional delineation verifications, map data, regulatory guidance, etc. The fees, it was also stated that the fees will also fund enforcement of violation complaints for projects proceeding without required WDR permits. Finally, we are a flood control agency coming in our 80th year. Our facilities, old and new, are in waters. We are experts in water regulations, in permitting, science, and compliance. We're not the revenue sink to the state with our permit submittals, as other applicants may be. We should not be subject to the same standard fee structure in the 401 cert and WDR programs. Our asks are two. First, please postpone your decision today. Consider a phased approach to fee increase. The perceived consequences of the Sackett decision have not yet been realized by staff, as mentioned during the stakeholder meeting, and the needs have not been demonstrated in the staff report. Implications from Sackett are still fluid. History demonstrates this with past decisions. The bottleneck is anticipated, but it may not come to fruition. Secondly, we request renewed conversations with the board's legal team and the fee and revenue branch manager. Our facility maintenance projects should be treated differently than new construction projects. We want to work with the board and staff to develop a specialized fee structure for flood control agency projects. It's a better fit to our needs and that better reflects our demands on staff time and state budgeted resources for each of our actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bornez. I appreciate that. First, on SACIT, it is regrettable that the Supreme Court here retracted and in many ways gutted ultimately the federal jurisdiction when it comes to the Clean Water Act and wetlands and dredge and fill, particularly being impacted here for us here in the West. The budget change proposal and ultimately the legislation, the work with the legislature that is that here filled that hole with additional state resources is something that we're needing to do. And so I appreciate the feeling that perhaps the consequences of SACIT haven't necessarily materialized, and we should rethink necessarily what positions we're getting there. That actually our first proposal was trimmed down a bit to just include positions for this coming year. So we are trying to appropriately size, if you will, our requests for what is actually unfolding, but those are ongoing impacts, and absent us having the resources to fill that federal hole leaves the state vulnerable. And so I appreciate the concern there. But then to your second point, I think it would actually be perhaps appropriate and would look to see if we do have an opportunity to maybe discuss how we might treat flood control infrastructure in maybe a different light if there is different amount of complexity or staff time that's being put to it. So I appreciate actually that recommendation and thought to be able to start to explore that with you and other flood control agencies, and perhaps there's something that can definitely be yielded from that part of the request. And so just thank you for the feedback there and for your engagement here and the board's discussion around this. Next, we have up Ellen Weir. Will be followed by Jean-Pierre Cativella, and then Jacob Defont.
Good afternoon.
So no, we're sorry.
I shouldn't have touched that. Hi, everyone. Ellen Weir with Weir Water Law and Policy, a new title for me. I'm reintroducing myself, I guess, as representing more clients than I have historically, although I'm still doing wetland advocacy, so that much has not changed. I'm here today on behalf of the Water Foundation and its community of grantees. We are supportive of the recommendation to revise the water quality fees, and particularly want to address the water quality certification program fee increase. We know it's a steep hike, but we really appreciated the workshops and the information provided by the board. So just wanted to thank you for that. 3 points. First, these fees are going to help kind of process all the permits for dredge and fill that are going to come through your doors. And so in my opinion, it'll reduce the time it takes to issue permits, which will help with the certainty for that regulated community. Because of that SACIT Supreme Court decision and the gap in jurisdiction, you're going to see an increasing number of non-federal jurisdiction permit applications. We've heard that the increase is expected to go from about 5% now to 25%. So that's significant. And those types of applications take a lot more staff time and a lot more work. Second, the fees will allow the board to develop general permits that will increase the board's efficiency. I think the comments from Riverside are a good example of where these new staff folks will be able to look at categories of applicants and try to streamline the permitting process for them. So it actually presents a good opportunity to do that. And then third, the fees will address a growing need for outreach to the regulated community and enforcement to help with this state transition and covering this regulatory gap, and protect waters of the state. There's a lot of permit applications that are not happening right now. There are a lot of project proponents that are saving money by not having to apply for a 404 permit, and they're also incidentally not applying for state permits, even though they should be. So I just want to close in conclusion by taking us back to 2019 when this board adopted this strong definition of wetlands as waters of the state. And I read that resolution from 2019, and it said, this is way before the SACIT decision, but it said, quote, U.S. Supreme Court rulings reducing jurisdiction of of the Clean Water Act have necessitated the use of California's independent authorities under the Porter-Cologne Act to protect these vital resources. So because of that foresight, I think California is way ahead of where other states are in terms of addressing the fallout of the Sackett decision, but there's a lot of work left to do. So we look forward to supporting the board in trying to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weir. Really appreciate the good comments and contributions here, and completely agree with the points you've made here. And sorry for the wonky microphone. Next, I'd like to call Jean-Pierre Catiavella and then Jacob DeFont.
To Chairman Escobar and board members for the opportunity to comment. I'm here on behalf of Dairy Cares, a statewide coalition of dairy trade associations and companies. We certainly support the need to collect fees to support the important regulatory programs. I'm here today to express the concern that the fees today and in the past have shown a pattern of increasing much faster than inflation. By our math, fees since 2012 and 13 fiscal year have now raised 169% for dairies. We realize that fixing this is mostly outside of your purview, but felt the need to mention it on the record again. And I think it's important for the public to know and the board to know that these increasing costs are being exacerbated by other things that we're trying to do to also comply with water quality programs. For one thing, we have fewer dairies, fewer cows, and so there's the cost of the regulatory program is being distributed over fewer people, so that means they pay more. And the dairies in the Central Valley are especially seeing other costs. The nitrate control program is an example. Certainly a good program. We support that program. We support it financially. We put in $4 million so far, and we certainly are going to continue doing that and expected the price tag to get bigger in each year that we open up new management zones. Salt control program, that's a program we've funded now for several years through the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, on which I serve on the board of directors of that. And then we're putting in many environmental controls, particularly through efforts of your sister agencies, the Air Resources Board, the California Department of Food and Agriculture. We've all heard about dairy digesters being built. We've also heard about alternative manure management projects. There's a new program called Dairy Plus, which is enjoying about an $85 million infusion from USDA, along with money from the U.S. California Department of Food and Agriculture. Those incentives are fantastic, but they are more than matched by private capital to build these projects. So the dairy industry has invested over $1 billion in improvements on dairies to reduce carbon impacts and improve water quality. Much more to do, but I just want the big picture of where the costs are going. So anything we can do to control costs and remain as efficient as possible in this program is helpful. I do have a specific request, and that's to the staff as well as wanted the board to hear it, is this year, those workshops are great. The staff workshops, they help us understand what's coming and give us a chance to weigh in. This year, some of them were scheduled on the same day as CV Salt's meetings, where a whole lot of the stakeholders are trying to go to both. We let them know, and they couldn't change it. So I'm saying now, please consult with CV Salts and let those stakeholders attend to both and not have to make that choice. So then we look forward to continuing to work with you, the regional boards, your sister agencies on initiatives for sustainability in dairies. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Catiavella. I appreciate those comments and noted on scheduling, and appreciate that those forums are productive, and thankful for folks' participation in all of that. So thank you. Thanks for the comments. Last, I'd like to call up Jacob DeFont.
I'm back from Ag Council. Thank you all very much. I wanted to just echo some of the comments from the previous commenter about rates and the correlation with inflation. I'm going to be talking about our concerns about the proposed fee increases, especially as they relate to kind of other fees compounding at a time when farmers, again, are facing those razor thin margins and having to make really tough decisions about how they're managing their lands, managing water quality and wastewater. That's important to ag lands and to livestock operations to maintain the quality of our environment and their product. But again, farmers are already facing these rising input costs, water scarcity, and then this burden from some of these regulatory fees. That's really continuing to push farmers to their financial limits, especially some of those smaller farmers. On top of kind of some of the comments made about inflation and the correlation to fees, we found that some of the annual fees for certain wastewater discharge requirements could rise as much as 20%, which is another big chunk when looking at these increases per acre or per acre foot. It seems small, but when we're thinking about all these fees together, and we're talking about mid to large size farms or livestock operations, that increase can actually become a lot for those farmers, again, who are facing the smallest and thinnest of margins in our state. Farmers want to keep engaging on water quality efforts through best practices, irrigation management, proper management of wastewater, but there are fears that this cost burden of compliance and cooperation might delay some of the farmers who are facing even thinner margins than some of the bigger operations to delaying some water quality projects that they might be able to get online faster if they weren't facing higher fees along with the cost of everything else we need to do business in the state. We recognize the need to fund your guys' necessary regulatory work, but feel like the proposed fee increases disproportionately affect agriculture at a time when they are facing pretty steep economic pressure. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFont. I appreciate your comments and advocacy here and concerns all amongst it. Okay. Board members, any further question, discussion, comments to be had amongst us? And if not, prepared for a motion.
I just want to say, just to plus up some of the feedback we heard from Riverside with regard to the maintenance of existing basins under existing permit, that I welcome additional conversations about that. So thank you, Chair, for supporting that. I think that would be a wise thing to do, given that we really are there's a lot of changes and dynamic aspects with the Sackett decision and with the gaps in coverage with those changes. That doesn't necessarily apply to existing projects that have, there really was no gap created for that project. And so I am mindful of that and the impacts that those fee increases have on agencies that are quite constrained in how they make those adjustments and accommodate those costs. So I don't see enough here to make a change today in terms of the fees, but I think further discussions with a group like that over the course of the year would make very good sense. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I'm happy to make a motion if there's no other comments.
Thank you for that plus up and agree. Looking to see. I don't think I see any further desire for comment or question at the dais.
Okay, well, in that case, I will make a motion once I know what the item is. Sure, I move to adopt item 7.
I agree with your comments and I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Water quality fees are adopted. And again, do appreciate the engagement and concern from folks and look forward to what I know will now begin the next process for next year's fees again. So just thanks everyone. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch here. I'll go ahead and call it at 50 minutes, if that makes sense. And so we'll bring ourselves back at 1:45. And we'll continue on at that point to item number 8, which will be consideration of fees for the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, and then 9, drinking water fees. And on to the rest of the agenda from there. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you here in about 50 minutes. Appreciate the discussion so far this morning. All right, everyone. We're at 1:45. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now returning and beginning on item number 8, which is our fees on the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Escobar, fellow board members, David Ceccarelli from the Feed and Revenue Branch, DAS, along with Cassandra White and Kim Niemeyer from the Office of Chief Counsel. We'll be presenting item number 8 on Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program fees. Next slide, please. Again, myself and Cassandra will be presenting. Next slide, please. Staff's presentation today will contain, of course, our stakeholder outreach, the Environmental Laboratory Improvement Fund, ELIF budget cost drivers, our proposed fee changes, comments that we received, and questions. Next slide, please. We had multiple stakeholder outreach for ELAP this year. Of course, we had what we refer to as our general stakeholder meetings based on iterations of the governor's budgets. March 8th was our first meeting, then June 14th, and then August 2nd. And then we had specific fee work group meetings to discuss making some adjustments to the fees and what we could do and just trying to figure out kind of an outline of kind of moving forward also. And with that said, I'll get into a little more of the details from, of course, that work group meeting and in our proposal. Next slide, please. And this is the, so ELAP is supported by what we refer to as the Environmental Laboratory Improvement Fund. And not much of a fee setting budget difference from last year to this year because there weren't any BCPs or anything that are rising costs. But I'm going to pass it on to Cassandra just to give a little more detail of the cost drivers in this program.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So last year's fee setting budget was 4.65 million. And you'll see the new fiscal year 24-25 fee setting budget is 4.67 million, a net difference of 20,000 and a percent change of 0.4%. And next table, the state operations increased by 73,000, 1.6%, and pro rata decreased by 53,000, 1.1%. And then for overall net difference increase of 20,000 and 0.4%. Hand it back to you, Dave.
Thank you. So next slide, please. Which basically moves us into our proposed fee change, which is a change to what we refer to as our field of accreditation, our FOA tier adjustment. And so throughout this proposal here, I may be using the word FOA, which again means field of accreditations. During the May 2023 board meeting, ELAP discussed with the board about moving to a more progressive fee structure and the intent to introduce higher fees to those that are doing more work in California. At the board's direction, ELAP and the Feed and Revenue Branch put together a work group to explore the possibility of introducing a fee component based on volume. After several work group meetings for various reasons, this was determined not a viable option. And some of those reasonings were, one, like the cost to implement, some more or less cost of compliance to track. The labs mentioned about needing to hire additional staff. That the option would only charge regulatory volume, but labs can't and don't separate between regulatory, private, and other volumes. And our database at the time, and is still at the time, it wasn't able to kind of track or implement the volume. based to be able to track and be able to, of course, invoice out of. So when we looked at how we could incorporate something into our existing FOA tiers, and based on the work group meetings, we developed this proposal of introducing larger tiers into the FOA fee structure. The proposed FOA structure would increase fees to those labs with the highest number of FOAs while keeping all of the other fee categories constant next fiscal year. So staff is proposing no changes to the current FOA fee structure except for labs with 500 or greater FOAs. So when the existing fee structure was originally introduced in 2020, the largest fee tier was 350 FOAs and above. Since then, the amount of FOAs in the largest labs have significantly grown, with the largest lab having almost 2,000 FOAs, needing the need for additional tiers to the FOA fee structure. So the proposed change of adding additional tiers would affect approximately 45 of the 525 labs participating in this program. So as we kind of look at this chart here, we have actually one lab that's very close to 2,000, was actually over 2,000, but it's slightly over 1,900 currently. And that fee, that lab has been paying the same amount of a fee as someone with 350 FOAs. So what we've done is now just added 3 additional tiers at the bottom of our structure: 500 to 99, 1,000 to 1999, and then 2,000 plus. We currently did not have anyone in the 2,000 plus. However, again, we have 1 or 2 labs that are slightly under that and potentially could be moving into that category in the future. This is important to note too, that staff is not proposing any changes to the base, late fees, out of state, or assessment fees. So this fee itself impacts 45 of the 525 labs. And we've started to definitely see that the labs are leveling off in the program for our fee setting purposes. So we don't anticipate, these big swings that we've seen in the past. And now we feel that this structure here is going to create some sustainability for us to be able to, of course, generate the revenue needed to cover our program costs as we move forward. Next slide, please. And we received one comment letter from Spencer Sachs, and basically, supporting our proposal, and that appreciates us, going through the whole stakeholder process, and that we'll continue to monitor and evaluate this structure as we move forward. Next slide, please. And if there are any questions, be happy to take them.
Thank you. Feel pretty straightforward, but looking in case any board members have any questions. And on the comment letter, we'll get to affirm that from Mr. Sachs here in a moment as well. Okay, seeing nothing from the dais, would like to call up our one commenter for the item, Spencer Sachs.
Hello, good afternoon. I guess I can go quick. So thank you, Chair and members. Spencer Sachs on behalf of CASA, you already know. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. CASA has been following the changes in enrollment in the ELAP program, and we continue to monitor the reduction of labs. While we do have concerns that labs not renewing accreditation will lead to the overall cost burden increasing across the fewer and fewer labs, we are incredibly pleased with the small program cost increase of only 0.4%. With all the changes over the last several years, we're appreciative to the board and ELAP staff for how they've addressed the program's funding. We understand the need to restructure how funding is sourced, and we are appreciative of the ongoing discussions over the past year with the laboratory community and ELAP staff. We want to continue to share our appreciation for how they've managed these discussions to identify a consensus recommendation, and we do support the modification to the field of accreditation fee structure. With that, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comments, and we want to thank the staff for their great work over the last year, and we look forward to continue to work towards supporting the ELAP program in the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Appreciate those comments and the engagement here, and appreciative to everyone in the program as well. I continue to be very proud of what we've been able to do with ELAP here, and the steadiness on the fees right now is appreciated, and the rethink here on those entities with larger amount of FOAs is appreciated. So very supportive. Just thanks all around to the program and folks.
Thank you.
Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there isn't any further comment or question, I think we're prepared for a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo. Aye. And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion is unanimous and the ELAP fees are adopted. Thanks again for everyone.
Thank you.
Now that brings us to item number 9, which is the last in our tranche of fee items here, and now to drinking water.
Agenda item number 9, fiscal year 24-25 drinking water fees. Next slide, please. Again, myself and Cassandra will be presenting. Next slide. Again, staff presentation, our stakeholder outreach, the Safe Drinking Water Account, budget cost drivers, proposed fee changes, sample fee impacts based on our proposed fee changes, and then opportunity for questions. Next slide, please. As discussed with the water quality and water rights and ELAP, we had 3 stakeholder meetings, all based on iterations of the governor's budget. First one again being on March 8th from the January proposed budget, June 13th from the May revised budget, and then finally August 2nd based on the enacted budget. Next slide, please. And I will, I'm going to toss this over to Cassandra. The Safe Drinking Water Account budget cost drivers did increase by roughly $5 million, which is basically 11.8%. And so our fee setting budget last year was $42.9 million, and it's increased to $47.9 million. And I will pass it to Cassandra here for more details on that.
Thank you. Okay, the first item, cost driver, is state operations, increased just over 1.7 million, 4%. The next item were BCPs. There were 5 this year for Safe Drinking Water Account. The first one is enforcement support for permanent and sustainable drinking water solutions. The BCP is $250,000 and it's 0.6%. The second one is the information security and privacy staffing BCP, and this BCP is charged to all water board funds. The Safe Drinking Water Account portion is $46,000 at 0.1%. The third BCP is the Water Shutoff Protection Act, and this is a result of Senate Bill 3. The BCP is for 1.6 million, and it's 3.8%. The fourth BCP is the Los Angeles County Primacy Delegation Agreement termination. The BCP is $881,000, 2.1%. And the final BCP was enforcement support for at-risk domestic well compliance, a result of Assembly Bill 664. The BCP is for $450,000 at 1%. And then the final cost driver is pro rata, which was $99,000 at 0.2%. And so again, the Safe Drinking Water Account increased by just over 5 million or 11.8%. And of that 11.8%, 7.6% was due to BCPs or $3.2 million. Turn it back to you, David.
Thank you. So yeah, as Cassandra mentioned, of this 5 million, the majority is coming from BCPs, 3.2 million. The remaining basically comes from our normal state operation cost. Next slide, please. So we have one more of a structural change, which has to do with group quarters. And group quarters are just some examples of group quarters that are subject to our current fees are colleges, university, housing, residential, halls, dorm rooms, military sites for like such as military barracks. Our current fee basically, and the reason we brought this up is because we've listened to the stakeholders and staff and feel that like the calculation is somewhat confusing. So basically what we're really doing is just trying to simplify it. And currently group quarters are invoiced by a formula which converts population to service connections, and then utilizes the community water system fee structure, which is a tiered fee structure based on the number of service connections. And so we're proposing changes the community water system defined as group quarters to use residential population instead of service connections as the basis for the fees, and proposes a new fee structure as shown below here. And what I'll say is when we kind of looked at the difference in the fee amounts, there wasn't really the majority of these group quarters, and I believe there's what, 55 of them or so statewide. It could be more. I think it's a little more. I'm sorry, but the majority of them did not see fee increases. For the most part, the fees remained the same. There were slightly a few that received discounts, and there were a few of them that received increases. And we worked with some of the universities and some of the military sites. And what it came down to is they were just kind of miscalculating their fees. And so this past billing, we actually worked with them and corrected the invoices. And we had to reissue some invoices and send some letters explaining to them. But kind of the consensus that we got is like, well, can you make it simpler, right? Can you put a table together? Can we see where we fall within this table? So again, this is more or less to make it more user-friendly for the communities out there that are trying to determine what their fee amounts are. And again, we received positive feedback through this whole proposal. Next slide, please. And then again, we to generate, of course, revenue for the program to cover the budget cost drivers, that we're proposing to increase fees by 12.7% for wholesalers, non-transient, non-community, non-transit, non-community, transient, non-community, and all community water systems. So it's basically all categories in our drinking water program would be adjusted by 12.7%. And then we also have just some slight changes to the text. So bullet 1 there basically is how service connections are calculated if community water system does not report their service connections. And the last one, allowing data from sources other than electronic annual reports to be used for the calculation of fees if directed by the water boards. We're basically, of course, we want them to submit their electronic annual reports as they are required to do so. However, the intent is to, of course, give program more flexibility to gather data and calculate fees if the system does not submit the ER. And the other 2 bullets in between there are basically just kind of language cleanup, changes the term per person to per customer, which is currently in our structure. So we're going to the term per customer, and the term public water system to community water system. So we had kind of both of those terms within our fee regs, and we just want to be consistent. And next slide. And so just wanted to give a few examples of what a 12.7% increase looks like. Of course, our smallest fees, which are less than or equal to 100 service connections statewide, they would be looking at a $38 net increase. Water systems, so our minimum community water systems that have less than 59 service connections. And I apologize, I should have said this for the front. The first category is the disadvantaged community water systems, and those are the smallest, but they actually get a discount because they're in a disadvantaged community area. A minimal community water system with 59 service connections would see a dollar amount increase of $76. An average, which has about 5,000 service connections, would see an increase of $4,200 or almost $4,300. And then our largest 5 community water systems. And so the average of those 5 are roughly around 360,000 service connections, would see an increase of about $107,000. And then the non-transient, non-community water systems would see an increase of about $97. And then transient, non-community water systems would see an increase of $170. Next slide, please. And there's no comment slide because we did not receive any comments through the comment period regarding this item. And I'm here to answer any questions if needed.
Stanley, as always, just appreciate the good balanced work here. I don't have any questions off the top, but again, looking to the dais in case there is. And we do have one commenter, and so we can go to Mr. Bob Gore. Good to see you again, Mr. Gore. Good afternoon. Hope you
Good
had a
afternoon
lunch.
to all, and I pass. It's a fine effort, and the water board staff deserves a lot of credit for standing this program up in less than 3 years.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right. I'm supportive. I think it's the right balance, and again, appreciate the good work everyone has done there. So entertain a motion.
I'll move adoption of item 9.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote's unanimous, and item number 9, the drinking water fees are adopted.
Thank you.
On to work for the next year. So thank you for all the work across all the fees. And again, continue to hear the importance of the engagement and appreciate all the time that gets taken in order to explain to folks where we are, show them our books and our numbers, and help them build faith in the decisions we're making here on these. You know, it's a yearly discussion. It's not always an easy one. So I just appreciate all the good work. Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you, Mr. Ciccarelli. Maybe I shouldn't have broke for lunch. We could have maybe have quickly gotten through that faster than I thought, but at least we're recharged and ready for board member reports. Everyone's favorite part. Anyone would like to kick us off here? I know I need to pull up the calendar here myself.
I can start. Okay, so on August 22nd, I attended the ribbon cutting for the Westlands Orojo Pastoral event. It's for, I wrote that down wonky. It was for a groundwater recharge basins that they had just completed the construction of, and so that was a great event to attend. They had great attendance, and also just not only hear the work that's being done there, but also to hear about the work that's being done in the neighboring communities. On August 28th, I took a tour of the Kern Subbasin with you, Chair Esquivel. And then on the 29th, I also joined you for a visit to Allensworth in the morning. And that was good, just to get out, talk to community members, and just to have that community engagement. And then we also went to McFarland that morning. That also was a good visit, and to hear about the projects that are going on there. And, highlight Elkhart also, got to go to the wastewater treatment facility, but also got to go to their elementary school and hear from the children directly. They have a STEAM program, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, and got to talk, hear directly from the children. They actually gave a presentation about all of their learning and their work. And that was just amazing to hear from a future generation on how they're engaging with science and technology and math, and just at such a young age to have that opportunity to start engaging now was just truly amazing. That evening on August 29th, I attended the staff SIGMA workshop for the Kern Subbasin in Bakersfield. On September 5th, I attended the staff Phase 2 MS4 workshop. And then on September 9th and 10th, I attended the site visit. That ends my report.
Thank you so much, board member. Does anyone else like to kick us off here or take a stab? I know it's been a while since our last board meeting, so trying to quickly tick through these weeks.
I think I can just highlight two things. One is I traveled down to San Diego to talk at the National Association of Water Companies, which is the investor-owned utilities from across the country. And I was on a panel around consolidation, and they're in the process of working on an order around consolidations through their process that we've been coordinating. I know staff have been coordinating with. But so it was good there's some new commissioners there in charge of that. So it was good to connect with folks at the CPUC as well as hear from different investor-owned utilities. Another thing they're really focused on is there's a additional consideration around decoupling of water rates and that they have strong opinions about that. So that I think there's some interest in us continuing to talk to the CPUC around conservation and efficiency. And so that was one event. And then the other one was I was able to go to the Yosemite Environmental Law Annual Conference, and it was fun to be in Yosemite, but I was also on a panel around the Safe Drinking Water Act, and talked a lot about consolidations and the SAFER program, among other things.
Fantastic. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. So I too attended the Kern workshop down in Bakersfield that Board Member Morgan mentioned, as well as the site visit that occurred last week on Monday and Tuesday. And I know a number of you were also there. And then I just wanted to highlight on August 30th. So I spoke at the Maddie Institute, had a luncheon, and I actually wasn't all that familiar with the Maddie Institute prior to being invited to speak, but it was great. It was a very good opportunity. Nonpartisan group focused on civic engagement and building up the community there, and inspiring students as well out of Fresno. And so this was actually their first meeting in Bakersfield. So CSU Bakersfield was present there. And so I just spoke with them on high-level board priorities, really focusing actually on safe drinking water and the needs there, and also a bit on groundwater recharge, which we talked a little bit about earlier today. So that was the area I wanted to emphasize, and that's all I had to report.
Great. Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Okay, so on the 22nd of August, I spoke before the Almond Board's leadership seminar and just went through all the high-level issues, particular focus on SGMA, a lot of questions about SGMA. And I found that opportunity to be really helpful for me, because sometimes I'm a little bit out of ag issues, and I was able to hear from the ag commissioner regarding a lot of things that ag is having to comply with on the pesticide front. And so that was helpful. I think some of the comments we heard today about, the layers of regulatory impacts. And so it helps to kind of put things in context. On the 28th, I was at the ribbon cutting for the City of Escondido's membrane filtration reverse osmosis facility. So this is a recycled water facility that is dedicated to agriculture. And there were a lot of happy avocado farmers there. So they have water quality issues. And then, of course, the outfall to the ocean. And so they're able to capture this water and, at a bit of a lower cost because of, the purpose for agriculture, along with a low interest loan of, they received funding from the Division of Financial Assistance, $45 million, and then other funding through Prop 68 and Prop 1. So there were a lot of real happy people there, and that was good to be part of the celebration. And then on the 28th, attended the 29th, the Kern workshop, and then joined some of you at the Sites Reservoir tour on the 9th and the 10th.
Gotta love avocados. And so anything that helps avocado growers, I think is a win for us all. And that's an exciting project. So thank you for having done that, Vice Chair. Okay, for myself, on August 22nd, did a tour, harmful HABs tour in the Delta with board member Firestone. Was hosted by USGS, and our staff were there. It was a really great opportunity just to get out into the Delta and understand some of the dynamics that are driving harmful algal blooms and have a real good discussion. USGS are doing incredible work. We're really fortunate for them to be partners. I know there's some funding going on and trying to just unpack how we really tackle such a critical and huge issue. Went all the way from the Stockton waterfront down into the Delta. And so it was a nice day. It was great to be out. On the 28th, as us all, we, with myself and board member Morgan, toured the Kern subbasin. The next day, again, was at Allensworth, McFarland, and completely agree with board member Morgan's summary of just how great it was on the McFarland tour to really connect with students as well. They had actually made T-shirts that said "Clean Water, Bright Future." It really tugged at all the strings, and just was incredible, everything that they're doing there in the school, and good to be able to connect to the water challenges that they have as well. That evening, we had the community meeting for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in the subbasin, and just appreciated that we were all able to be there, listen, and really connect with the community. So just thanks for everybody. I know we had all of our folks that put obviously the event together as well. So it was good to see everyone. Then September 12th, I was on a panel that Cal Matters pulled together regarding the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And so it was a good opportunity to join Kings County Farm Bureau, Aaron Fukuda, and then also Jasmine Ramirez from Self-Help Enterprises to talk about the importance of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and some really good back and forth. So really appreciated that opportunity. And then on September 16th, this past Monday, was at the Water Reuse Conference down in Southern California, and was on a panel regarding direct potable reuse and the race to be the first agency in order to put in a direct potable reuse project. So it was good to share the dais or the panel dais there with LA Department of Water and Power, Metropolitan Water District, Santa Monica was there, and so was San Diego and Valley Water. It's a large panel. And, it was good to have some Northern California representation. Southern California does well in the water recycling space, but it was good to have a little friendly competition all amongst them as to who will be the first in order to put in a direct potable reuse project in the state. There was also an interesting video that Water Reuse had commissioned, if you will. It had Jack Black in it, and poked some fun at the yuck factor around water recycling, direct potable reuse here. But also was informative too. So it was an interesting approach, a little comedy and importantly, a lot of information. And that wraps up my report. Busy all amongst us. And I know, when we skip a board meeting, it piles up a bit. So glad to hear everyone out and about and doing good work. That concludes then board member reports and brings us to item number 11, Executive Director report. Mr. Oppenheimer.
Yes, you mentioned direct potable reuse, so I'll just highlight from the report that Office of Administrative Law has now approved our direct potable reuse regs. They actually become effective October 1. Also, from the report, Office of Administrative Law also approved our Chromium 6 MCL, also effective October 1. That's all I have to highlight, but we're happy to take questions.
Those are huge in and of themselves, big achievements, and really appreciate, again, everyone in the program that helped bring those to fruition. It's a good moment when we have that stamp of approval from OAL. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Oppenheimer, for the report. As always, it's a lot to get through, and it's just shows how much is really happening at the board, and we don't hear about everything. So it's helpful to have that report and for the public to review as well. And so on that note, I've been getting a few questions about the an item that's been in the report, but it wasn't in there this last month. But on the cross control policy handbook, there was an update, I think, a couple months ago in July, and what it didn't talk about was the guidance document that had been part of the adoption of the cross control policy handbook. There was an expectation and understanding that there would be a guidance document or some sort of materials that would be coming out before the handbook took effect. And my understanding is what I've been hearing is that didn't happen, or that hasn't happened yet. So I was wondering if there was any update, or if you don't have one, if that's something you could circle back with me on. I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't have an update today. I do know that that's delayed. I see Darren Polhemus is here. I don't know if he has anything to add, but we can certainly set up a briefing and let you know, kind of the status of that. And if there's anything noteworthy to report, we can include an update in a future executive director's report.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board member. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of this two-day board meeting. Consequential, and just appreciate everyone's time, attention, and contributions these last 2 days. Our next board meeting will be October 1st. And we will not have closed session on any of the items indicated on the agenda. So that brings us to the end. And we will see everyone here in 2 weeks. Be well. Thank you all. And this meeting is now adjourned. Thanks again, everyone.